welcome back. Oh, is this the right background? I don't think it is, but it's fine. Look at me, not prepared. It's fine. I don't. Oh, it's this one. Is it?
And then the overlay of the little.
Look how unprofessional I am. It's fine. Yeah, we got it going on. All right. Hello, welcome back to Sprints on Thursday/Friday, depending on where you are. Because Nicole and Brooklyn are on Friday, and I am still blissfully unaware of the future on Thursday. So here we are. These are Kindle Unlimited, Kindle MAYhem sprints, but you can read whatever you want. You don't have to read that stuff if you don't want. If you're not participating, that's totally fine. I'll be doing laundry at some point during these sprints because I won't be home tomorrow to do laundry, so that's great. Yeah, so that's fun. How's everyone today?
Good. I'm frustrated. I'm on my phone. So yeah, I may be popping in and out. I'll be doing the bill effect today, and all the things. So yeah, I do not know what's going on with my internet, hence why we're late. But yeah, it is what it is. So if you see me disappear, I will be back. As far as I know, we're streaming to both channels, are we?
Yes, we are. We are streaming.
Okay, cool.
Also, for anyone who's doing the HP read along, it's Thursday, so today is a day to read Harry Potter 7. If you're doing that, which I am.
That's what we're doing.
Do you not remember what chapter we're supposed to get to? So maybe Nicole can tell us.
We are going to the top of chapter 17.
17 today, y'all. So you should be to the top of chapter 12.
So. 12, yeah.
Hopefully I do not cry. I don't think I cried during this section. I hope not. But yeah, otherwise, what is everyone like? Obviously we're doing Harry Potter if you're participating in that. But what else is everybody reading? I'm going to finish The Enforcer. It is fine. By fine, I mean 3 stars. Not like a Neva fine where I'm like, oh, this is fine. 5 stars. No, this is not. It's not my favorite. It's not like the worst thing I've ever read. You know what I mean? But I was bamboozled. I thought that this would be one thing, and it is not. So you'll be seeing about that in my vlog this week. Nicole, what are you reading?
I am reading Haunting Adeline. I haven't done my wrap up yet. I'm finished. Close enough to it anyway. I think I've got like 30 seconds left.
Close enough.
So yeah, mine. I don't want to say anything because Brooklyn's here. But it's not like that, Brooklyn. It's not like that at all.
Well, listen.
Well, I've got vlogs coming out, so I'm not really going to talk about the books that I'm reading on KU. So I do have to do my wrap up for this. So in the first sprint, I probably will disappear because I film on my phone and I'm on my phone. So,
totally.
yeah, so I will do my wrap up for it and all that sort of stuff. So you'll get to see my thoughts on it and how awkward I am talking about smart on my channel because I don't normally do that.
Listen, you also can't be any worse than me because I like private message Brooklyn. This book has been just sitting since, well, I started it in January because it's part of the 12 books by 12 besties, which I am picking that back up, but you're not seeing that vlog till the end of the year. So like I have time to do it. It goes out at the end of the year. I started this book on January 14th. And the last like update that I did where like because I keep track of like what I'm reading in Storygraph, right? I update my pages every single day. I think I stopped reading it in February. I think I made it to 52%, and then I was like, Brooklyn, I love you, friend.
I understand it is very, well, I don't even know if you want to say slow burn, because like, I don't know what's happening, but like.
That's just, it's just delusional. Like,
here's the thing. My last update.
Are you not, all I want to say, are you not doing exactly what you're fighting against?
Exactly. That's.
But the thing is, he knows that he's doing it.
I know.
The fact that he's a
But
terrible
it's
person.
okay because of
Here's the thing.
situations.
The last update that I did, I made it to 52% on February 28th. I have not picked this book up since February 28th. And I think that I will finish it at some point, like for the vlog.
I think you'll like the second half of it a lot more. Like
I hope, because the first half had a lot to be desired. I love you though. I really do. And I feel so bad like when I don't like
don't feel bad, it's fine.
my friends' books. I mean, we all watched the Crystal vlog, okay?
Yeah.
I sandwiched that DNF in
Yeah.
between, even though like I felt that I was going to DNF that second book, so I put the graphic novels on hold. That's how because I was like, you can't end this video with a DNF. That's just rude. So I was like 5 stars for hate. DNF, The Hunted.
See, I think The Hunted just came at the right time for me because I'd been reading so many women's price of fiction. So for me, it was awesome just to be in another world other than between mother and daughter trauma.
I just didn't.
I mean, it was trauma, but it was a different kind of trauma, you know, peeling skin off and all the things, you know. Like,
I'm sure that the book was great. I just didn't care. I just found myself like zoning out. And so I was like, so this is not the time for me to read this.
Yeah. So I will say that I took 2 naps during Haunting Adeline to go back.
Oh my.
And they were during the sex scenes. Some of the sex scenes. I woke up, well, hang on. I didn't hear the climax. What's going on? Got to go back.
Honestly, they weren't my favorite like smutty scenes at all. Like I didn't like. They're not very good. But
the smut is
just like I don't know what it is. I just like had such a good time reading it. It was just so hilarious to me.
I think it's like for me, and I haven't really thought about it until it's just said then. I don't know what it is. I think it's the thrill of the cat, like the chase.
Yeah,
like it's the chase thing. Yeah, I think it's just the thrill of that.
I will say that like
where they're going at it, and then he goes, "Little mouse, run!" and she jumps up like a jackrabbit.
Once it got to the point where they were like in the house together, and he was like chasing her through the house.
That's the part I'm talking about. Oh, the hiding part
where I left off. I was like, okay, cool. But like before that, I was like, okay, so you're aware that you're a terrible person, but you're still going to be a terrible person while also killing terrible people. I'm confused.
Yeah, I think it was just like trying to come to terms with like how I felt about him. That was like psychologically messing me up. Like, do I actually like this man? Like,
yeah, well, it was psychologically messing up the main female character as well, because she even says, "I don't know if I'm supposed to like this person."
Yeah,
like, and I'm like, hello, how many red flags do you need to be waved in front of you, ma'am?
Right.
Literally the whole hand.
Brooklyn, what are you reading?
So I got my tickets for Jim Jeffries, so I'm going to that. But they sold out of the 7 p.m. time slot, so I'm going at 10 p.m.
Oh, he's even better at 10 p.m.
Yeah, I reckon that will be funny. But like, I don't think I can live to that long. Like, I gotta go to Newcastle.
What she's saying is she will be dead the next morning. She will be deceased.
Yeah, because we have to drive. Like, I don't know. It'll be fun. It'll be fun time. But I just was trying to get the 7 p.m. one, and there was only 10 p.m. But it's fine. It's in like a really small like theater, which I'm really excited about. So it'll be like really nice. But I'm reading Heartless, which I'm very excited about because this is like everyone's favorite in the series. I started it last night, and so far so good. And I'm kind of reading Keeping 13 because yesterday I finished Binding 13. So I'm kind of just a bit all over the place, and I want to organize my bookshelves as well today. So we'll see how we go with that. But yeah.
Wonderful. I'm ordering my food because Ari is not here. She's abandoned me. She decided she wanted to go eat dinner with her friend, her little friend, and their family. So that's nice. I wish she just left in the dust. Well, here's what she said. Here's what she actually said. She came in and she said, Can I go out to eat dinner with, I'm not going to say her friend's name on the internet because she's like 8 years old. And I was like, I don't have any money to send with you, like to go eat. And she was like, well, can I just go because I don't want to eat the food that's here. Ma'am, half the food that's here was bought for you. But sure. So she's doing that. So by the time she gets home, it'll be bedtime. Let us read some comments. Hello, Allie. We'll be finishing Story Thieves by James Riley. Only have an hour of it left. Wonderful. Oh, I didn't say I have like 2 hours of this book left. Well, yeah, about 2 hours of this book left. So when my food gets here, I will probably read on my Kindle. And then if I haven't finished it by then I will switch to audio so I can dive in paint. But I don't dive in paint while I eat. That's just I feel like that's just asking for a disaster. Hello, Megan. I am currently reading A Court of Mist and Fury on page 88. Excited to sprint with everyone. Yay. Also, I should probably say this at the beginning. Thank you for 700 subscribers, people.
Yes.
Thank you so much. My YouTube birthday is technically tomorrow, so I made the Saturday afternoon sprints, birthday sprints with friends because I mean, have I invited anyone? No, but that's fine. I have like our little chat or whatever. I'll just put the link in there and whoever wants to come can come. But I won't be home tomorrow, so it won't work for me to do birthday sprints tomorrow. So we'll do them on Saturday. But yeah, that's
right. You're going to disturb all the people at your little.
Yeah, I'm going to my church, my Jesus retreat.
Yeah,
with my smut-tastic Kindle.
I want to be a fly on the wall for this. I've never wanted to go to a religious retreat more than anything right now.
I think I am going to bring my camera and try to get some vlog footage, but I don't know like what the actual like policy is for that. So if they allow me to vlog in there will be vlog footage included in this week's vlog of us, I guess, singing and dancing. I don't really know what the fuck we're doing at this thing. I just got told, do you want to go? And then I read it and there's like a speaker. I'm sure people will be like giving their testimonies or something. As long as I don't have to go on stage, I really don't care. Hello, Sadia. Might take a nap before I start my book. Totally fine. Hello, Anne. Still trying to finish Brotherless Night. Every time I sit down, someone needs something. Story of my life. Hello,
that was my day yesterday.
Hello. Oh my lord. Can you read comments for just 1 second?
Yeah. Hello, Chris.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, I just have to find where we're at. Cool. I'm on my phone, so just bear with me. Because the closer I get to my phone, the less I can read it. I'm looking for Chris's comment. All right, let me just scroll up. It's so organized here today. We're just on point, right? So hey, Chris, how you going? I'm just going to bring you a little bit closer because that's just awkward, right? Let me just get this up here. There we go. Oh, look, double chin and all. Nice. Let me just put my hand up there. Sorry for being so close. All right, I found where we're at. Awesome. I've never been on my phone before for sprints, so this is all new to me and whatnot. So between books right now, that's unusual for you, Chris. Very unusual. What are your choices? And what trauma-filled books do you have? We can help you choose. Hey, Jess, how you going? Thanks for joining. Lovable Reader is also here. I'm terrible with names, and Coda's not here for some reason. So, yeah. Has he put a comment in the Voxer? Because I can't get onto that either.
He said he was just having a shower and he'll be here.
Okay, cool. No worries. Just I can't see if anybody pops in the back of house either. So if you can see that, yeah, just let me know.
Sorry, I'm useless over here.
Anyway, Gabby, all right, well, we're just going to wing it. And yeah, so hopefully, can you just let Coda know that I'm on my phone and Neva's on and talking on her phone? So yeah, I swear we're organised. Luckily, we're here for 8 hours, so it's all good. Hey, Gabby, how you going? Thanks for joining. Oh, did it? Yep. Oh, there. It's a bit slow on the old phone. It's struggling. Clicked on it, read the comment, and then it popped up. It's going to be a fun day. And I'm going to be like Houdini, popping in and out and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Hey, everyone. I cracked my first KU book of the month last night today. Awesome. I'm 2 for 2 right now. So the beginning of the month always goes well. It's the end of the month that it all falls apart. And for those that are participating next month in Amazing Readathon, the announcement goes up this weekend, I think it is. I've seen there's a premiere. Of course, I'll be asleep at 1 o'clock in the morning, but, you know, hey, at least I got the trailer. I'll see that when I get up. Jess is also here. Hello, how are you? I have 2 TBR videos to edit, but I can feel a migraine brewing. Oh, no. Go and drink some coffee now and take some medication. And I can't get one because tomorrow looking after a 4-year-old niece and work is not good. Maybe you need Coda just sent a message. What did he say?
Oh, he just said that he's not backstage yet, but he's watching.
Okay, cool. No worries. At the train wreck that our sprints are today.
Okay, she's
Sorry.
back.
The boyfriend.
Like this is just a little bit too close for the people. And like double chin.
It's all right. Go ahead. Set yourself back. Sorry. The boyfriend called and I have to answer the phone. Otherwise, he has trouble calling back.
Oh, that is a much better view of me. I'm sorry about that, people. If you were eating your Wheat Bix, that would have turned you off.
I just wonder how many people like popped in like during that, like when you were up close, and we're like, "What the hell?"
Holy sheesh, that is a lot of Nicole on my screen.
Right. Thank you, Jess. Yes, I sent. Well, Brooklyn is actually the one that noticed it because I was getting a little obsessive, like checking and checking and checking. So I stopped, and then Brooklyn was like, "You did it, Neva."
Because Brooklyn and Coda became like Neva pushers last night. They were egging everybody to go over.
And then I just sent it to all my group chats, and I was like, "What?" I was literally crying. Like, thank God I wasn't on camera when that happened because I literally started crying. So, hi, Coda.
Hi.
How are you?
Late. How are you?
I'm doing great. What are you doing? What are you reading?
Harry Potter, of course.
Well, of course, yes. But are you reading anything after that?
I need to start a new book today. So I finished Rascal today. I meant to do it this morning. And then I saw some neighbors, so I visited. Then the church ladies showed up. That's my bad. I told them they could come last week, and I forgot. And then they were here way too long.
Yeah.
I had a friend show up, another neighbor. And then by the time that was all done, I needed a nap. I'm going to write nap on my bullet list so I can cross one more thing off. It's Christina's idea. Christina.
Hey, if that's being productive, pop it on that list and cross that puppy off if you've done it.
I couldn't stay awake.
I'm gonna post.
Rest is important. If you should listen to your body. Like if you're feeling that exhausted, rest is important. That's your body saying, you know, listen here, stop it and lay down.
No,
I did.
No,
well, I laid back.
Because you're laid back, Larry.
This week, I'm gonna post what in like paper planning they call it an after the pen spread. So it's like after your week is over and you've like crossed everything off, right? But I'm gonna do it in my planner because like in my digital planner because I just use highlighter to mark things off. And so anything that's highlighted, I've accomplished doing, but I also keep track because I do memory planning too. So I log things throughout the week. So like the other day I wrote in, took a 2-hour nap and then I highlighted it. Because
I'm about to write it on my thing now.
It was a thing that I did. And I oh, thank you. Hello, Hillary. Hello, Glenda. Hello, Denise, coming from Brittany Sprints, reading Remarkably Bright Creatures on page 99. Wonderful. Hello, Cool Gamer. Hello, Jessica. Hello, Jess. Trying to finish Culty physically before I move to my Kindle. Wonderful. What is okay? Thank you. The comments are doing something weird. Hello, Christina. All the love and the hugs to like button. Thank you. Also, if you're watching on my channel, okay, hold on. Everything jumped. If you're watching on my channel, go over to Nicole's channel and hit the like button. And if you're watching on Nicole's channel, come over here and hit the like. To was reading Kearney literary and potato peel.
Oh, the Guernsey literary.
Thanks.
It's actually a movie.
I'm glad
and a
you
book.
can say that. But not sure I'm feeling it.
It's okay. Like it was only a maybe 3.5 star read for me. I think maybe 3.75. It was okay. It wrapped up pretty good as well. Like it did wrap up pretty well, and it's now on. Was that Jess in? Because I can't see the names. Was that Jess Kiwi? This Kiwi?
It was.
This Kiwi, yeah.
It's probably. I think they have the same streaming services as well as us over in NZ. So it's on Stan, I think, as a movie. So the movie, I started watching it, and it looks like it's going to be pretty good and true to the book. So yeah.
ML says, Neva, you called. I absolutely had to DNF that Immortal Pleasures vampire book. It promised things. It was smut. It was just smut. There was a scene that involved butter, and no, absolutely not. No. So for anyone who's out of context here, ML does not enjoy smut. Like, she doesn't read it. She doesn't like it. She'll do closed door, but like if it's just a lot of smut. Here's the thing, ML. The Enforcer promised me kinkiness, and I did not get that. Okay? No. I mean, there was talk of safe words, which is great. Consent is beautiful. But there was nothing has happened 70 whatever percent in where we've had 2 smutty scenes. They're not even smutty. They were like spicy light. Neither one of those scenes required a safe word.
Considering our conversation back a stage about how our smut meter is broken,
I mean, to someone who doesn't read spice, I would say
this would be spicy.
This would probably, like, someone's scale, like if you are a person, like for ML, this would probably be like 5 chili peppers. I will say that. For me, it's like 2 chili peppers. But my smut meter is broken, and that's true. Thank you, Christina. Denise has never read an HP book. Yeah, we have a lot of people doing the read along that have never read it, including Nicole and Coda, who are on the screen right now. Hello, Monica. What a week it's been. Glad to be with you all today. We'll be working and lurking, but we'll join after work. We love having you here. Thank you, Christina. I'm going to start reading the Shadow Rising and Funny Story. I hope that you love Funny Story. Listen, I had to I would have read it in like 24 hours. And I didn't. So after I finished The Enforcer, I actually may go and finish Funny Story just so I can feel like something great is happening, because I love that book. And I'm giving it probably 6 stars. Like, it's probably my favorite Emily Henry book.
Where are you in Wheel of Time right now, Neva?
Not started. You're welcome.
I thought you were asking me, kind of like.
So, okay. So
I finished it with you.
I know where you are in Wheel of Time. You're on book 7 of Harry Potter of Wheel of Time.
Technically, according to my audiobook, I made it 5 chapters in, but I retained nothing. And the first 2 books are on Kindle Unlimited. So after KU Mayhem is over, I'm going to download them. Or actually, when I return The Enforcer, I'm going to download the first book. That way, come like fall time, I will probably pick them up. But I can't do them with just audio.
That's fair.
I do technically own the physical book, but the text in it is so small that I'm not trying to immersion read that way. So thanks for asking, though. But I will be reading it. I will be picking it up. I just haven't yet. So, yeah.
And you know what? Even if you don't pick it up, that's fine.
I at least would like to read the first book because it is on my
Mm.
physical shelf.
Yeah.
So I would at least like to read the first book. And if I'm just not, I've told myself that anything that's on my physical shelf, even if it's something where I have like the entire series, if I'm not vibing with the first or second
Mm.
book and it's more than like a duology or a trilogy, it's okay for me to just not read it.
Mhm.
And Wheel of Time is long enough that like if I'm not vibing after the first second book, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to continue.
Oh, yeah, see, I would probably give it the first 3.
3? Okay, I'll give it the first
Yeah,
3. Because you
because
said
the third book goes off like a frog in a sock.
okay, then I will give it the first 3 books.
The third book is my favorite, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Nightbot has shown up in the chat. Thank you, Nightbot. Sometimes you don't do your job.
Maybe him and Reebok are on the same schedule because Reebok just showed up too. Hi, Reebok.
56. Jessica is 56% into Haunting Adeline.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Gabby. Reading Hyro Fantasy by Kyle James is a KU indie fantasy that's been sitting there for a while. Wonderful. This is the perfect month to be reading that. What are you doing? Thank you. I'm hybrid reading Project Hail Mary tonight. I hope you love this book. I've not actually read Project Hail Mary. I read the other one. What is it called?
The Martian.
The Martian. I
Mhm.
loved it. Brittany did not. She just couldn't really get past the poop potatoes. That was her problem.
You
But
liked
here's-
The Martian, right, Nicole? Didn't
Yeah,
you
I've
too?
read it. Yeah,
I vibed.
I've read all of Andy Weir's books except for Artemis.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have The Martian, but I think that's the only one I have.
Yeah, and Project Hail Mary was my first one. Sorry, Neve, I cut you off then. My Project Hail Mary, I gave 5 stars.
Yeah, I really liked it too. It was good.
I gave The Martian 5 stars. Here's the thing. I tried to read Project Hail Mary last year, and I may have partaken in a certain plant while reading this book, thinking that it would be fine because like I was on sprints. And there's like a whole scene in the beginning of Project Hail Mary where he's talking about his catheter and he like gets up to go walk around and he like rips out. And when I tell you, like I just sat there and I laughed for 15 minutes. I just laughed. And it wasn't
you were going to say before you even said it, and I wasn't even there.
It's such a painful thing to experience, but I was dying with laughter. So I will go back to it though, because I do have the audiobook for it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is about work. They're having comment. Love Project Hail Mary. The audio for it is amazing. Yeah, honestly, the audio for The Martian was really good too. I thought. I really thought that, like, I don't know. I gave The Martian 5 stars, so I have high hopes for Project Hail Mary. Trying to finish up Deja Dead, then either starting The Shadow Rising, Wheel of Time Book 4, or Harry Potter 7, currently on chapter 28.
Christine, I thought we spoke about this earlier.
Yeah, you've been
Christina
warned.
got ahead. Christina was like, hello. Honestly, I might, depending on how I'm feeling, I might read through Sunday's pages just so that I'm caught up.
Are you winkers?
Well, in my defense, I don't read Harry Potter at work. Not this book. It ain't happening. Hello, Queen Victoria.
Well, Christina's a whole like 6 chapters past where she was when we told her to chill out.
I don't know what Christina's doing. I only ever read ahead through Sunday, like through that.
Yeah, but that's because you don't read it at work, and that's fair because you don't want to traumatize your workmates. So you're sitting over in the corner twitching and blubbering.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'll still work. I'll just be.
Christina's child runs the show with the listening of Harry Potter, so we just was teasing.
We don't often get a chance to give Christina a hard time, so we're running with it.
I could
give her a hard time every time.
Harry Potter 7 at work, but then the beef is going to be a little extra salty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
And a little bit more soggy too.
Still trying to clear the books from April and need to get my MAYhem books gathered. Well, you're only 2 days in, so it's fine. Currently reading Familiar by Lee Bardugo. I want to read this.
So do I.
I'm gonna buy when I do buy it because I know me and I'll buy it physically. I'm gonna get it from the indie bookstore here in town because I can. Hello, Jean. I think I'm going to head to a coffee stop on Sprint and sit on their patio. I think she means coffee shop. At 50% of Familia.
That sounds lovely.
That does sound lovely.
It does.
I'm just walking in the rain
Sounds
though.
so lovely. Like I want to walk down to the coffee shop, but I don't. Okay.
I'm not walking anywhere today. It's raining.
Same.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought about asking the local coffee shop here that's attached to the local bookstore if I could come in there and do sprints in the coffee shop, but that feels weird to me to be doing that. But I have thought about going and filming like a read with me at the coffee shop.
Mhm.
I thought about doing that. Hello Lexi, need to do some editing and cleaning while making dinner. Yes, what are you eating? Which she tells us right here. Leftover meatloaf that I made a few days ago with homemade mashed potatoes and green beans. I just ordered my food. If anyone's wondering, I'm eating pizza because Ari's abandoned me, so I just have to feed myself, I guess.
That's rude, Ari.
Yeah, she decided she wanted to go eat dinner with her friend instead of with her mom.
That's gonna.
She said, "I don't want any of the Can I go eat dinner with my friend because I don't want any of the food in this house?" That's what
she knows what she wants or what she
And I
doesn't
was
want.
like, all the food that I bought is for you, but sure, go, bye. I'm currently reading The Secret Library by Kikla Magoon. I hope I said that right. I'm on chapter 12. Also, I'm listening to Deathless Divide by Justina Ireland, which is historical fiction. I think this is about the meatloaf. Just ordered pizza for dinner from Thomas. Wonderful. We love pizza. I feel like pizza and Thai food are staples on Thursdays, you know?
Should I order Thai food? I was just questioning if I should.
Yeah, you should. You should. Of course
It
you
wouldn't be Thursday. It wouldn't be Thursday night sprints without seeing Thai tea come across the screen.
Huge ass freaking gallon cup.
Thank you.
And when I say it comes across the screen, it covers the screen.
Hello, Lily. Hello, Alicia. I just finished dinner and getting kiddos in the bath. Currently 250 out of 734 of Pucking Around. Neva, I need to know what you thought about this book. I love this book. So, Pucking Around, here's the thing. Pucking Around, I did give 4.75 stars. It was not quite a 5-star for me. Part of this is because I felt like I do agree with people that say that the book is a little bit too long. I do agree with that. So it wasn't quite a 5-star. But as a whole, like the whole series for me is a 6-star series. So I preface it with that because some people like looked at my top 5 books from last year and were like, because I made like a graphic and somebody did comment and was like, Pucking Around, like you didn't give that 5 stars. And I was like, I'm aware of that, but I didn't want to use the entire series. Like I didn't want to put every book because I did give, it averages out because I did give Pucking Wild 6 stars. And I have given both volumes of Pucking Ever After 5 stars, I think. So yeah, I absolutely love Pucking Around. I tell everyone to read it because I feel like you need to read Pucking Around in order to really read the rest of the series. But yes, I love it. It's one of my favorite books. So I have it over there. I can see it in the top of my little book bucket thing. And I plan on doing a reread. I'm gonna vlog doing a reread because I think that would be fun. But I'm waiting until the 3rd book comes out, which I think is in June or July. So I will be doing it sometime after Amazing Readathon. I'll be doing a big reread and of all the books and vlogging it. So get ready for that. It's gonna be so fun. Maybe I'll buy like a hockey jersey. I wonder if you can get custom jerseys made on Etsy. I should look into this.
Probably.
Lily is still reading The Housemaid by Frida McFadden. Hope to finish tonight. I hope you're enjoying this book.
Wait, Neva, for that vlog, can you go to an ice hockey game?
I could probably find one.
Yeah.
I could probably find one. Let me do some research because I don't know. So like
Ice hockey in the middle of the summer.
the one,
True.
well, that's true, but I could just wait until like the end of the year.
You could. And then you'd
You
have
know?
easier time finding ice hockey, probably.
Or it could be like my first vlog of 2024.
Yeah.
I mean 2025.
Mhm.
You know? Because the one hockey game that I did go to was in Indiana, and
You want to say
I
hi?
think they were called like Indie Heat or something. Honestly, I didn't really care about the game at all, but like the fights were cool. Yeah, I have no idea what was actually happening on the ice. You know?
That's like my dream. I went to one when I went like to Anaheim because we're going to Disneyland. So we're like, let's go to an ice hockey game. And then I just wanted to sit like in the front row and get like a man smashed up against the wall at me. But they were really expensive tickets, so we had to sit in the nosebleeds.
You know that they have, I think they're the Macquarie Bears ice hockey team
Oh, okay.
down at Macquarie Centre because of the ice rink down there.
Okay.
Do you find it weird that I actually know stuff about your state?
Yeah.
I lived across the road from there, and I'm telling you, I'm not into hockey at all, but
Yeah.
it was
Well,
nice
I go
sitting at
to
Macca's.
Macquarie Uni, so I can just like hop over there after uni one day.
Yeah, go check out what their schedule is. But it was really, when I was a teenager, like this is going back a long time, 40 years ago. But anyway, I used to go to Macca's because Macca's had the glass. Well, I think they still do because I haven't been to Macquarie Centre for a long time. But they had the glass wall that looked over the ice rink.
Yep.
And yeah, so, and it was occasionally see them walking through. Come over here.
All right, so hockey. So we have a hockey team here in Iowa. It's called it's called Iowa Wild. And the colors are green and white. So like I could get like a hockey jersey. It looks like their season starts in January. So I could just wait until 2025 to do this like big reread or whatever, and then put like hockey footage in there. That would be actually fun. I'd like to be at that church retreat. I know, right? Everybody's gonna be like, man. Because I mean, I have like a good girl sticker on here. I've got pretty girl dirty books, just like front and center. You know what I mean? If anybody asks, I'm gonna be like, the Bible had sex in it, so it's fine. Hey Sarah, reading Insurgent. Wonderful. Bedtime. I'm in a great day. What is my computer doing? Thank you. Join Brittany.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No. No one is speaking to you, madam. Joined Brittany Sprints to do some reading, but didn't get anything done. Hopefully I'll be able to do something on these sprints. We're here to help, probably. Hello, Ro. Hello, Dakota. Hello, Helen. I love your screen name, honestly. I also try to do things and usually fail. Anne just ordered a book, Praiseworthy. I hope it's not another trauma book. Anybody know?
I mean, it doesn't sound like it. Are they praising their trauma?
I'm pretty sure that Chris was reading this. Someone
Which means it's
probably a trauma book.
Listen, if Chris is reading it, it's not a happy book. I'm just saying.
Don't quote me on that because I'm not sure whether it was Chris. I don't know. I go to so many sprints, all the names get confused. I'm just like,
Helen
trying to
said,
deal with the internet.
So excited for sprints whenever I see them. We love to have you. So you're always welcome here. Also I put up a poll on my channel, so if you want to go like it, or if you not like it, but if you want to go vote, go ahead. Thank you for that. It's about Kindle content because I don't really know where to start. So what is my computer doing? Stop it. Chris's book options: a biography of a game show host, I would think, who dies of cancer. I don't think the game show died of cancer. A book about a woman who goes to her mother's funeral. A gay Spanish romance described as a tragedy or as tragic, a novel set in war-torn Bosnia.
Do the gay romance.
Yeah.
What's it called?
These are all just depression in a book.
Do the
Well-
tragic gay romance and play sad mariachi music while you read it.
We'll just get coded and send you recordings.
Hello,
We've had some good
Katrina.
sitar.
Really need to edit. I feel you on this. What the hell? Oh, okay. I got a thing from YouTube that was like a video uploading error. And I was like, I haven't uploaded a video today. What are you talking about? Apparently people are having issues uploading videos today. But Katrina said she really needs to edit. Game show host. That's what I thought you meant. Actually, I'm going to start Stephen Graham Jones. Hello, Coda.
Okay, that works. I think I might read The Salt Grows Heavy before I start Stephen Graham Jones, since I think I read just a tiny bit faster and it's really short. Do you want to read that, Nicole, soon?
Yeah, I can do that.
Or what were you going to read after Harry Potter?
I'm reading it too.
Anything off my Kindle.
Well, I pulled 4 out of the however many books I promised I was reading off this shelf.
How long is the short book? The Salt Grows Heavy? Oh, okay. Well, technically it's on my Kindle, so.
Technically, we can read it because it's on our Kindle.
It's only 125 pages in my book, and the words are fairly.
Well, then just let us know when you want to start it because I'm reading it too.
Mm.
Probably after the Harry Potter pages because I need to start something.
Okay.
So if you guys are cool with that, otherwise I'll get started on. I could get started on this one too, but you're on this one too, aren't you, Nicole?
Yeah. That's that is not on my Kindle. That is on my audio. So
okay. This is what Jean's starting, but she can get started ahead of us. I think it'll be okay. We'll catch up.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And I'm gonna finish the Enforcer before I pick up the Salt book. Just because I only have 2 hours left and I just need to get it over with.
Mm.
Well, yeah, I have 2 hours of Harry Potter to do anyway. Or are you doing Harry Potter and the Enforcer first?
Yeah. I plan on doing Harry Potter pages and then finishing the Enforcer tonight.
Got you.
Because
Okay.
I only have 2 hours of the Enforcer left.
You can catch up with me because you'll be up way later than me.
Exactly. So it'll be fine.
Yeah, I probably won't start mine until this afternoon either. So and read it tonight. Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll be asleep, so it's all good. So when you wake up, we'll be all at the same spot.
I have to check my Kindle lineup and see if there's something like Hearted. This is on Netflix in Canada. This movie.
Mm-hmm.
Christina said she likes that movie. Lily said author M. Robinson writes really good smut and romance books.
She just put in the comments, I can also switch to the salty, so she's gonna read salty with us too.
Oh, okay. Gee, we just changed your book for you. Your plan's cancelled.
We're like, oh, now.
Maybe you should try Immortal Pleasures. Body parts were described as underwater creatures. Butter was put in places. It was a no for me, a no for me. Here's the thing. I'm not actually a huge I'm not a huge like erotica person. Like this sounds like erotica to me. Like I want plot, like I want storyline and like characters that I care about. Like I just don't want it to be like I'm not really a person that necessarily enjoys just like wall to wall like sex scenes, you know? Like there can be a lot of sex, but I need some kind of like plot with it.
I don't know. Some of the erotica books that I've read have had plot. I mean, not great plot, but they've still had plot.
Every time I hear the butter comment, I just think of, do you remember that old movie in the 90s, Exit to Eden, with Rosie O'Donnell and Dan Aykroyd? Have you seen it?
No, but I know which movie you're talking about. I had things described to me.
The very last scene in that movie is just so weird. And it involves butter and a booby.
Finished the Sunbearer Trials. It was a 4.75. Now on to my next read, which will be Salt and Broom.
Good book. Christine will agree with that too. It's a Jane Eyre retelling. except it has a witchy vibe to it. And if you like that one, Sadia, I suggest that you get Jane Steele by, I can't think of the author's name, but it's Jane Steele. So, yeah.
Finished the body of the blanket. So all I have left is the edge. Thank God for me, so I don't have to be on screen, only having to talk. Haven't seen the movie. Think I'll pick up HP7. Haven't caught up with you guys, but we'll start it today. Using it as study prompt for Whodunit Readathon.
Cool.
I think I made it through 5 chapters of Eye of the World. You're not alone on being behind. Yeah, I'm like, I think Brittany's read along is like on book 3 at this point. Or something.
They're on.
They're just starting 4 now.
Starting 4.
Well, they started 4 and have last month and this month read 4.
Yeah, they have like 2 months to read 4 because of
Amazing readathon. Yeah.
that are happening. I just borrowed the first Wheel of Time book from KU. Yeah, the first 2 are on there, I know. I've been reading them on my Kindle because of that reason. I don't like to listen to fancy books via audio. The Dragon Reborn was by far my favorite. Did anyone watch the show first? I think I'm going to do it that way.
No, don't do that.
I understand you're not going to understand what's going on in the show.
I do not recommend that. Yeah, they hyper condense so much of it. They don't do a good job of explaining things where people who haven't read the book can follow it 100%.
It's a companion. Like the show is a companion to the books, not a standalone show.
My partner started watching it, and he got halfway through season 1, and he goes, "I have got no freaking idea what the hell's going on." I said, "Because you need to read the books. That's why I'm not sitting in here watching it with you, because I'm reading the books before I watch it."
Yeah, and then the changes that they've made for the show, not all of them are good changes, in my opinion. I feel like
and Perrin
is there, and Perrin's wrong. The casting is wrong. No, Lily, read at least the first 5 out of the 14 before you start the show.
Yeah,
that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I agree with this.
Yeah, because the first 2 seasons covers through book 4.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the way, but they take pieces from the later books and shove them into this. I wish people would ask me how to make books into movies. I'm so sick of these guys.
Katrina said she still needs to read the last book of Wheel of Time. It's been 2 years since I finished the 13th one, and I've read the prequel.
How did you read 13 books in a prequel and just never read the end?
No, if I remember, Katrina can tell me if I'm wrong, but from knowing Katrina the little bit that I do and watching videos and stuff that she's made, I think Katrina's one of those people that kind of procrastinates reading the last book in a series because she doesn't want the world to end.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't want to pick up book 14 either because that meant that it was coming to an end. But I had Coda.
Yay, ML! That was ML's drag name for what's the event called again, ML, that you had to go to or that you organized?
Yes, everyone on this page has Brooklyn's channel, which is Brooklyn is over here. That's Nicole. Brooklyn's over here. Brooklyn's channel is Brooklyn Reads. I'll make sure in the first print that everybody is
Brooklyn underneath me on screen?
Down below, yeah.
I'll
make sure that everybody is linked on my channel. I think they're probably linked on the full channel. I don't know, but yes, Brooklyn.
Well, I would have updated my description today so everybody was on, but internet here in Australia has other ideas.
Oh, Ari's home. If anyone was wondering.
Oh, we can hear her.
Oh, thanks for bringing me my food.
This came when I came back.
Thanks for bringing my food. Did you have a good time?
Let me see that pizza.
What sort of view was that?
She just flashed me her box instead of the pizza. I said the pizza, you perv.
Get ready for it. Do you want to go take a shower? Yeah.
Well, she dropped when it wasn't even that far. We could have just unlocked.
Well, that's nice.
She chose to use the car.
Well, that's nice that she drove you home, bro.
Yeah,
What did
but
Ari have for dinner?
What did you have for dinner?
I didn't eat anything because they didn't get. Because they.
Ain't that the whole reason you went over there?
Yeah. What? Well, where did you go?
Well,
Or did they make dinner at their house?
they didn't make dinner.
Black cockatoos are flying. Looks like we're in for some rain. They're a bit late. It's already raining. Oh, there's two of them. We might get a couple of days rain. I don't even know where the comments are. Like, I'm not driving this bus today. Let me see. Scroll down. Oh, we're a long way down. Please hold.
We're actually pretty close to the bottom for.
Hello. Sorry, she kept saying a little girl's name, so I had to keep muting her because
Gotcha,
I'm not trying to have her name all over the internet. Reading schedule for HP is set by my son. He's driving.
Wait a second. Did you figure out what she ate?
She says that she only ate French fries because they didn't get nuggets from Wendy's. But then I said, did they ask you what you like from Wendy's? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, did you tell them what you like? And then she just stood there and stared at me, which tells me she didn't tell them.
Blueberry corn dogs. I want mine.
She's probably sitting there the whole time thinking I
I'll
wish
probably
this.
just turn it off in a second. Unless you want to go ask Gideon. He's in the living room. If you want, you can go ask Gideon. He's in the living room. Otherwise, you have to wait a second.
While you're doing that and my stuff, I'm going to be in the shower.
Okay, why don't you take a shower after you eat?
It's almost bedtime.
Yeah, well, if you want corn dogs right now, go ask Gideon if he'll throw them in the thing, and then I'll get them out for you. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait a second. Because Braden's at work, so he can't do it for you.
I want you to do it because
Okay,
you're
well,
the
then
best at making them.
Okay, well, then you're going to be waiting a second.
Can I take a shower while I wait? Please? Because I really
If you can get in and out of the shower in about 10 minutes, not half an hour.
The reason why I get in the shower for half an hour is because I need time to clean all my body parts off, but not my hair, like my face, my nose.
Okay, well, if you can be quick in the
cheeks.
shower, you can go take a shower. If you're going to take half an hour, then you need to wait. Okay?
That's right.
Thank you.
Oh, listen, okay.
Listen here, Mum. It takes time to be beautiful, and I've got to do it right.
That's right. But not my hair.
All right, go. Either go take a shower or
I'm sorry.
down.
We should hassle you when you're trying to be a mum. But I mean, Ari and her comments just crack me up. She's going to be.
Pick out clothes for tomorrow.
You're going to need a village +2 just to raise this girl as a teenager. Like they say, it takes a village. You're going to need next door, the door after, and over across the road as well.
We're gonna need something. We got some nice light rain going on in the background. Some Oreos and milk while I read. What are we?
Is it okay?
17 degrees Celsius here. Yesterday was 5.
Can I have some
62 is not bad.
sugar stick?
Yeah, I'm at 15 today.
So that's about like 58-ish.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm at
9.
16.
Ooh, I did good guess.
You want to go to a sprint, Neva? We'll get to the bottom of the comments later.
Yeah, sure. Hold on, let me mark it.
That way you can deal with Ari because she's in fine form tonight.
It's here. Sports at a coffee shop sounds like the perfect ambiance.
It does.
All right, so I did start it where we left off because I'm a professional. So, how long do we want to go? For an hour?
Up to you. You're driving this bus today.
Yeah, at least an hour because Harry Potter only takes a couple, like an hour and 45 minutes for the chapter.
So if I
Okay.
disappear, it's just because my phone's getting hot. I'm
Well,
gonna
Coda,
like.
do you want longer than an hour? Right now it's set at an hour and a half, but I can change it.
I'm good with it anyway. To be honest, I'm gonna do Harry Potter and try to get some of the things on my list on the
Yeah, do an hour and a half because we've been chatting for an hour, so do an hour and a half.
Wait. Okay. So we'll do
Considering
an hour.
Margaret called us out the other day about chatting, she wants to read the book.
Oh,
wow.
Neva.
I feel like Margaret's calling us out, Neva.
Oh,
Here we
I
go.
was about to say, wait, there's a non-removable sticker on Neva's face. Who printed that sticker on the cover?
How rude. It reminds me of, you know, in Monsters Inc. when Mike Wazowski, he's like on all the like the
and
magazine covers, and like the barcode is always like right over his face. Okay, we will see everybody in an hour and a half.
Okay. I have internet. How long? I don't know. Neva is just dealing with Ari, so she will be back. Hopefully my internet will stay stable today. It's been coming in and out, but I've got the mobile one, so hopefully that won't start. That's with a different network, so hopefully that won't start playing up. So, yeah. How'd we go?
I had a shower and then I realized I had no milk, so I needed a coffee so badly, so I had to go get that. So that's pretty much all I did. And made the coffee. And I've got my Hogwarts mug out too. So I'm joining you in your Harry Potter read along this way.
That's awesome.
How'd you go, Curta?
I also didn't get very much reading done, so I'm almost on chapter 13. I read a chapter and a little bit more than a half. But I picked up a package for my neighbor earlier while she was at work, and she got home. So I walked over there and took her package and hung out for a little bit, and then came back and ordered Thai food and a hot and sour soup because the Thai place also does Chinese and Vietnamese. And a hot and sour soup sounded good because I was getting chilly. It's windy. And ate the hot and sour soup.
Nice.
Yeah, that's about it.
I love hot and sour soup.
Me too. It's so
I've never
good.
heard of it. What is it? Like,
Essentially the name.
yeah.
Hard
to explain. It's like a brown.
It's a broth type soup.
Okay.
Well, the ones I've had, because the Thai also has them as well. Although they call them something else, but it's like a broth.
Yeah.
And it's a very the ones I've had in the past haven't had a lot in them, so they might have a little bit of greens in them. Sometimes they might have a little bit of noodle, but mostly it's just a broth with a really thin noodle in it that curls up, and maybe some shallots or something along those lines.
So
and it's hot and spicy. So yeah,
ours is different.
Sour and spicy.
Over here they make it with tofu.
Mm-hmm. It usually has a little bit of that in it as well. Yeah,
tofu and black mushrooms and bamboo.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's probably green onion in it. But other than that, Nicole's right. It's like a thick brown broth. It's really good with hot mustard stirred into it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those like, for lack of a better term, peasant food. So there's a base to it, but then there's lots of variations depending where you come from. So yeah, like, because I've had some that have had like the same mushrooms or bean sprouts put into it. I guess it depends on what's available at the time, what goes into the soup. And in restaurants, I guess it's what's the most popular, what's been the most favorite of their patrons and stuff. So yeah,
sounds good.
It's delicious. And then I also ordered pad see ew, but I haven't eaten it yet.
No. And did we get a Thai tea?
2 of them with no ice, like always.
Which they charge extra for no ice.
And it was here in I want to say 10 minutes. It was really quick.
Oh wow, that's good. So I have 3 minutes left of chapter 16, and it's amazing what you can get read when you don't have internet. So I got that done, and I have some quilts that I've got to do next week. So I went over and just made sure that my work area was all cleaned and dusted off, and so I did all that and got all that sorted. I've turned the iron on, and I've got to sew a backing together. I also have to film my finish wrap up for Haunting Adeline and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and that's all I really did. I've just got a vacuum out here now, and then I've actually done Monday's job on Friday. So
nice.
Because I normally start the week off, like I get up in the morning and I usually clean up out here, but I haven't been doing that for the last couple of weeks because I haven't put it on my list to do. So it went on my list and now it's done. So yeah.
Did I cross my things off my list? I did. I crossed some things off my list.
Mm-hmm.
I crossed
How's the list working for you today? Like, because this is a
great idea. It just got derailed by the church ladies and everybody. So
yeah,
I did get some things done off my list because I put really achievable things on my list, right? Like things that I did already, like the nap. Totally put that on the list.
Yeah. You should just add that onto your list anyway.
Yeah.
And that for an afternoon nap, because not to be funny or anything like that, you have gone through a lot in the last couple of months and all the rest of it, and a little bit of nap time or self-care time, like even if you don't have a nap, you know, just laying down and taking some time and not connecting with anybody would probably be a good thing to schedule in, because I know what I'm like. Not that we're the same or anything, but I know what I'm like when traumatic things happen. I'm great at avoidance. It's my superpower. So if you're anything like me, which most people are, then you probably should schedule that. And that has actually come from my counselor best friend. Told me to do that, so I'm paying it forward. And it does actually heal, like whether it's a nap or whether it's just taking some time sitting out in the sun, not reading, not playing with your phone, just taking that hour, 45 minutes, half an hour, whatever you feel comfortable with, because some people don't feel comfortable with themselves. And so you've got to work up to something else. So basically I'm really comfortable being by myself, usually at the detriment of my friends, that because I like myself, I like hanging out with myself, but I'm still really good at avoiding the things I've got to deal with. So just taking that time and disconnecting from everything, like, yeah, it does make a big difference. I'm no expert at it. I sat down an hour. I'm lucky to do 20 minutes, just saying. I mean, I don't mind hanging out with myself. I don't like being in my own head very much. So, yeah. But, yeah, I would probably put that on your list and all that sort of stuff. So self-care is important.
I also read my Harry Potter pages on here. Like, I put a lot of things that I knew I was going to do regardless.
And you know what? That's so fair.
That's part of it, right? That's supposed to be motivating. So.
Yeah. So, like, the one thing that my friend said to me, and I don't say her name on the internet because she's like, I love her, but if there were tinfoil hats in her size, I'm guessing she'd have one. But anyway, makes life interesting. Let's put it that way. But the one thing that she said when I started doing this was put things that you know that you can achieve in a day. Start out simple, because it will motivate you, and then eventually you'll start, like, within the first 14 days, then start adding the harder things. Like if you have to go through certain things of, like, Patrick's, you know, that's a hard thing to do, but you've got to work up to that. You can't start on day one with it. And even if you don't do it on that day, you still move it until eventually you will cross that off the list. Yeah. So yeah, it start out easy and you've done it perfectly. And then eventually you'll be able to put like a week's worth of stuff and you'll just work through that list for the week, because you won't be looking at it a day thing. Working up to that week or even a month. Like I've got a month one here now and I have my daily ones as well, because, you know, old and going senile and all that sort of stuff. I start to forget things. You know, I can walk from this room to that room and forget what I was thinking.
Same. So, that's easy. I don't even know I need a nap until I wake up from it. So.
Well, I was like that last night.
Today I took one on purpose. Like it was like about 2:30 or 3:30, somewhere around there. I was on Brittany's sprints. I'd been lurking all day, but visiting and whatnot. And I came here to finally sit down and say hi. And I was gonna like finish Rascal and go take a shower. And I finished Rascal and was like tired. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to shut my eyes for a little bit. And it was
nothing wrong with it.
I still got my shower. I crossed that off the list.
When I first started making lists, I put everything down from getting up. Like getting up was hard for me at one stage. Actually getting up and putting my feet on the floor. So I had that on the list every day. Get up, make coffee, you know, and just pushing myself back into that routine and all that sort of stuff. These days when I get up, I don't have to think about that. That's not on my list anymore. But to start with, all of that stuff was on my list. And I've never been one to do a list. Like memory and all that sort of stuff has never been a problem for me on that. But when I first started doing this, I had to put everything down just to get through the day. So it doesn't work for everybody, though. I will say that.
I will tell you, like the whole like just dumping it out in the morning first, not maybe first thing, but before I get started doing anything other than coffee and stuff, was helpful because even though I didn't get a lot of things done today, I didn't worry about it either.
Yeah, and that's the key thing to this is to brain dump. That because as I said to you in Voxer, a cluttered for me, and I can only speak for me, but someone might glean something from me. A cluttered mind is a cluttered environment and cluttered thoughts. My daughter, if she has a really messy room, narrowly, she's a bitch, and I always say, go clean your room. And she cleans her room, and then she's a nicer person because it's the clutter. It's claustrophobic. It's coming in on you, and you constantly stress about what's happening in front of you. And it's the same in your mind as well. And it does make a huge difference to brain dump.
Yeah, it was really helpful. So
cool. Oh, I'm glad it was helpful.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna do it tomorrow too. So let's see. We'll see.
It becomes a habit after a while. That you just write everything down. I was so dead set against it. No, I'm not doing lists because to me, in that mind, that puts me in nana status.
For me, it's almost like it's a task in itself, but it's actually not too bad. Like if you're gonna sit there and think about all the shit that you need to do anyway,
you might as well put it on paper.
Already spending the time, so you're right. You might as well write it down and get it out because then it doesn't. You don't get hung up on things.
Yeah, in the vortex of spiraling, and then you're out.
No, it was really a helpful thing.
And I rewrite mine. I have a monthly one that I cross things off. So every Monday or Tuesday, usually Tuesday, Monday I do a brain dump of things that I've got to add onto it, and then Tuesday I revamp it. And sometimes in the middle of the week I'll rewrite it out again and leave all the things off. And my list, this is my month one that you can see here. I've already crossed things off. And then I add things into it, like a buddy read, The Salt Grows Heavy. I'm reading that this weekend. So I need to put that on there and then I can cross it off. And that's what I do. So when Tuesday rolls around again, because I might get a lot of this stuff crossed off over the weekend as well, all the non-work related stuff. And then because I'm trying not to work on Saturday and Sundays anymore. And so and then I'll rewrite it out again. And then it's neat again because I also need my list to be neat as well. So I constantly rewrite it out. And I just get old diaries I might have only written a journal or whatever. I might have only used half of it. I'll just use the back half of it. Or if I see cheap ones at Kmart and stuff, I just grab cheap ones. I got piles of them because I just use them as
lots of notebooks too.
Stationery is not something that I will never run out of.
I figured and I've added things as I've thought of them too as I go. And then I figure tomorrow when I do it, it'll be super easy, right? Because I get to carry so much stuff over from today.
And that's the thing. You always add the new stuff to the bottom of the list because I try to work from the top. Sometimes I jump around and then there's other things because it might not be feasible for me to do it that day. So I might have to go 2 or 3 down. So yesterday, one of my things is to finish work at 5 o'clock and turn the computer off. Bit me in the ass because the internet wasn't working. On that, but I don't turn my computer off. So yesterday I got to the sort of the end of the day after procrastinating and waiting for things to go over. I still procrastinate during the day. I was messing around with you guys on Voxer in the afternoon. But I got to, I think it was 3:30, 20 to 4 or something. And I looked at my list and nothing could have been done in under an hour for me to finish at 5 o'clock. So I just went, well, I'm finishing today. This all gets moved over to tomorrow. And then I've just started my day again. So, yeah. Although I should have.
Question.
Yep.
I put 1 hour in the library on my list today, but I didn't get there.
But you're still awake. But you're still awake.
I am still awake.
And you're listening to Harry Potter. So what perfect time then to listen to Harry Potter and go into the library?
Because it's hard for me to organize because here's what happens is since I'm rearranging things.
Yep.
I get to thinking too much about what I want to do and because since it's not planned out all the way. and then I'm not paying attention to the book. So it doesn't,
Okay,
it
that's
doesn't
fair.
work unless I have it planned out already. And
Mhm.
but there's other things on my list that I could do
Mhm.
tonight while I listen to Harry Potter. Like I can start some laundry and I can work on the dishes. I
Yep.
could do the hot box.
Yep.
And then but
Yeah,
my
there are
question
all the mundane things while you're listening to Harry
is,
Potter.
tomorrow when I move it over, or do I just move the hour?
You just move the hour on
Okay.
that, because this is about getting you motivated to do the things because you've been avoiding doing these things because they've been upsetting.
Right.
That. So basically you just move that hour on that, but you have to, like, eventually by the end of this week or the mid of next week, you need to try and make a concerted effort. If you only get in there for 15 minutes before it gets too hard, that's fine. Then just move 45 minutes over to the next day until you've done that hour, then add another hour. Ideally, you want to get to doing an hour a day so you get it done. But I know that it's been painful for you to be in there and all that sort of stuff. So that's fair. So it baby steps, dude. Just baby steps. We'll get there. So yeah. And another thing you can do, because you just said that you don't have a plan down on paper.
I mean, well, I know like kind of what I can't. I mean, I could do that down on paper, but I'm a visual person, so
yeah,
I get an idea of how I want, but then I have to go rearrange it and look at it to be sure that's how I want it.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm a bit the same
and if
too.
it's
Like,
not quite right, then I'll know then what to change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just need to get in there for an hour with music or something that's not that I don't have to pay attention to. Which is
That's
good
fair.
anyways. I need to listen to music more because I used to listen to music all the time and walk around and sing in the shower and stuff. And it's something I've lost a lot of touch with, just like with writing.
Yeah.
And it's a part of who I am. So I'm trying to get a lot of back in touch with myself stuff going on.
And and like
the music
it
helps.
takes time. Music does help. I like just singing at the top of my lungs. My family, however, do not.
Well,
and seeing my children don't like to leave the damn house once they get in here, it makes it very hard.
I am some earplugs and tell them to get over it.
I mean, Savannah's okay because she's into my sort of music and whatnot, but Neroli, I don't know what happened with her. We lost the plot with her. I don't know. Like she busts out some hillbilly music, and I just look at her. I'm like, "What's wrong with you? Why are you listening to that? You're not my child. Just because you were born in Kingaroy doesn't mean you have to listen to the stuff they listen to here."
Yeah, there's no F-bombs in that music. What are you doing?
It's not doofy enough for me. Like we've established that I'm a doof girl. Give me a rave any day, and I'm there. No. All right, let's have a look at what now that we've done the counselling portion of the of the screens. Let's move on to see how
y'all checking in and helping me with it, because
sometimes
it just helps to have somebody around while you're trying to do stuff, even if they're not doing it, even if they're not helping or giving tips, like just being able to talk about it with you guys and bounce ideas and stuff. It helps a lot. So
yeah. I mean, because there's not one size fits all. Sometimes you've got to take bits and pieces from different places and put it together to make it work for you.
Yeah. And it's nice knowing like what different ways people do things as well, because it might be a way you've never thought of doing it before.
Exactly. No, I like that too.
Yeah. So how do you do things, Brooklyn?
I don't do anything.
My world.
No, I just like, I'm very chaotic. I will like start doing something and then I'll move on to another thing. I feel like maybe I need to be diagnosed with ADHD, but that's fine. But yeah, I find it really hard I just want to get everything done. So I will start multiple things at once. So I really struggle with that, like completing one thing. But I really like doing lists, and I find myself way more productive when I use a list, but it's just, writing it and remembering that it exists.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So one thing that
suggested it to me is because I told her basically the same thing, that I started 100 projects, and when I get ready to do it, I sit down and I look around and I'm like,
you're overwhelmed before you've even started.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. I'm like, this is too much. I gotta lay down and read or something.
Yeah,
It's your brain.
Yeah.
it does. It does. And believe it or not, I actually got this technique from a ADHD high manic bipolar person. So
No wonder it's working out so far.
Yeah.
And believe me, I wouldn't like to step in her mind for even remotely for a moment. I love her to death. We've known her for 40 years. It's my best friend that, punched me in the face to get me off the back, ripped me off the back of a horse and then bitch slapped me, and I bitch slapped her back, and we've been friends ever since. She was my stalker. Like, she stalked me until I became her friend. And we've been friends ever since. What was that, sorry?
You should write a book on that.
Yeah, no. There's a lot of darkness there. On both parties. So we'll just keep that shut away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. we're not letting that cat out of the bag. Just thinking about that. Yeah, no. Because when we did stuff, there were no cameras.
Mm-hmm.
So did it happen? No, I don't think so.
No.
I didn't. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll just get off the topic.
Maybe you should write a fiction novel.
Yeah. No. I can't write. I need a ghostwriter because I'm very chaotic in my writing and it doesn't flow well on that. So I have that disconnect of trying to get stuff out of my head down through onto the paper. I have that disconnect because I think I've talked about this before. I had a comprehension disability with reading and stuff like that. So comprehension was a big thing, and also being able to have that connection of getting words, like I know what I want to write, but getting it out, it's very chaotic and it doesn't always translate very well. So yeah, I'd need a ghostwriter, and I feel sorry for that. I'd need to get therapy for the said ghostwriter after that. So I feel like it would be a very expensive ordeal.
And a ghostwriter who can do things like, read a little life after their husband dies.
Do you know what would be really interesting? My husband's life story. Like we sit there and laugh at the stuff that we've done together and what he's done before we were together and stuff. But yeah, I feel like that person will probably need therapy too. Maybe
Chris could write it.
We probably all need therapy. Chris is going to read it and rate it for us.
Yeah.
We'll send it to Chris first so that she can let us know if we need to make any edits. Be like, this is a 5-star trauma or this is 3-star trauma. And if she tells us it's a 3-star trauma, we'll know we need to tweak it.
Yeah.
We'll fix it.
There's some dark, very, very dark stuff. Not so much in Brendan's, but in mine and my friends' past, there's some pretty heavy dark stuff on that. But I don't know if I'd want to share it, to be honest. Even if it was fiction, I don't think I'd like to base it off true events and all the rest. Ask me in the background, because I'm not going to say it on the internet, but ask me in the background about her story. And I feel like most of you know that I came from a violent home and my first partner was domestic violent and all that sort of stuff. Like that's not really dark, but there's some other dark stuff there and whatnot. But on her part, man, if I knew the things that I knew about her mother that I know now, I'd be sitting in a jail quite happy somewhere. So yeah, quite happily sitting there with my nail file, looking all sinister, plotting my revenge.
Like, yep, life goal achieved.
Yep. Tick. My list. Tick. Oh, another one. Tick. I definitely have a hit list. Don't you worry. Anyway, therapy session is now over. Let's have a look in the comments. Let me take that star off. Already is falling asleep at 8 p.m. while drinking coffee. Yes, this should tell you something. Time for a nap. I hope you are having a good sleep either way, or are now buzzed enough to be awake. Reading the first Harry Potter book with my son. Awesome. I had pizza for lunch, so I guess I'll eat leftovers for dinner. I had to make more green beans, though, because I ate them the other night. There you go.
You're having
At least-
pizza and green beans?
Well, you know, I have pizza and salad.
I'm not complaining. That's cool that you're eating your best pizza. I'm wondering though, are you eating leftover pizza cold or microwaved?
There's nothing better than soggy pizza the next morning.
Yeah, cold pizza.
I
the
love
microwave.
cold pizza for breakfast.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's very good.
I like it. I like cold pizza anytime. Middle of the
Yeah.
night, first thing in the morning, afternoon
I don't mind heat
tea.
it up too. Heat it up is cool with me too.
Yep.
But cold
Yeah,
pizza
chuck it in the. I've actually been heating mine up in the air fryer. So I wrap it in parchment paper and then put it in the air fryer, so it doesn't actually cook anymore. It just heats up, but the crust gets a little bit crispy from the parchment paper. Crisp that night, and then it's instead of being all limp and floppy out of the microwave.
Well, Domino's has New York style now, and it doesn't get all hard, and when you microwave it, it's nice.
Okay, cool. I love me some coffee and shop reading. Yeah, it sounds like a good time. Hey, there's a bookstore near me that has a cozy little bar in it, so you can read your new book with a glass of wine. Nice.
I need one of those.
Yeah, but no reading's going to get done.
I read all the time with a glass of wine. I'm really good at having just one glass of wine when that's my intention.
Just not Wednesday nights.
My intention is to drink a bottle of wine usually.
Yeah. I'm also trying to finish a book before starting another, and I don't see how people do it. I would never read as many books as I have past with this method. I actually only read one book at a time, but I'm pretty good at sitting down and getting it or listening to it to get it done. On that, it's only when I incorporate buddy reads that I have like 400 on the go, and then finish.
Schedule those
Yeah.
Well, most of them, like Harry Potter's scheduled, Green Rider will be scheduled, and
yeah. And then if we've got something in between, we usually schedule it for a Wednesday because we've got sprints. Because apparently we can't read without sprints anymore. So sprints will be forevermore for all the readers because they won't be able to do anything.
I mean, we can't do chores without sprints. We can. I mean, some of us don't even socialize outside of sprints.
Thanks, Coda. Just call me out on that. Just let the world know that I have no life.
You socialize outside of sprints. I hear about you from you.
You hear about me? Shit. Bloody hell. You hear about me in the United States. Shit, I've been up to no good. Someone's got me on camera. Yeah, I do go out eventually. usually got to it's pretty bad when your friends send you like reels from Instagram with the little Lego Batman where the butler's saying to him, you've got to go out, and then the little Lego Batman rolls down going, no, all the way up. And multiple friends send this to you. This tells you that you do not leave the house very often. and all I type back is, what are you saying? Are you trying to tell me something?
I'm trying to be better about socializing with IRL people, but
yeah,
it's easier in the summer, you guys.
In
the winter, I don't like to go outside.
Yeah,
in the winter.
I'm not going out for like the rest of the year after my stuff last weekend, so I'm done now.
Once I turn the heater on, good luck getting me to go anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't go out in winter either.
That's how I like it.
Yeah. It's reading time.
So Gabby lives in the Boston area, and educated population leads to pretty solid choice of reading places. That's awesome. I did put Pucking Around down for now. I just wasn't in the mood for it at the moment. Okay, we've talked for 30 minutes. Wow, that felt longer.
I was thinking jingle longer. I was.
Yeah, no, it's not long enough. You just start popping and it's finished.
I can sit on for another like 15 seconds.
Yeah, they don't. You can't change that either. It's just inbuilt, which sucks. I need to find that and have it as a timer. Create my own timer. Have that at the end so it goes.
Create your own timer and but extend it. Ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding, 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 ding. And then have some dubstep.
I'm currently working on crochet book covers to sell to start a business up again. Awesome. That sounds really good. I've been there, done that, not going back unless I become independently wealthy and I don't have to worry about working. I don't know what this is about. This is a conversation that I am so not in the loop for.
We missed something?
I don't know. I'm sort of just avoiding the conversations that we're not a part of. When they're cryptic like that, Seattle is a whole lot of city. My brother-in-law is moving away because they can barely afford to survive there, so they're going back to Arizona. Is that right? Yep. To try to do more than just survive. That's fair. Sorry for those circular sentences. I was trying to. It's fine. It's all good. Is it Alex Trebek? If so, pick that one. Oh, that was for the book choices that Chris put up.
Alex Trebek is in
the cancer game show.
Isn't that the Jeopardy guy?
I don't know. This is a good book. Reading the Drive by Jane Harper, about 35% in, and it's pretty good so far. Awesome. I'm glad you're liking it. I knew I'd heard praiseworthy somewhere. It won the Stella Prize today.
Okay.
Yeah. Based on Coda's advice, I'll read Bad Habit as it is an arc. I need to read. Currently at 90% on NetGalley.
Let me know how it goes.
Chris, there, going for the win. I can switch to the salty. Awesome. I was kind of in book limbo. I'm glad you guys made the decision for me. Always happy to help. Always happy to bring you along.
Is after, I don't know if it says it in the comments, but Jean voxed me and she's like, actually, I don't have, what is the salty book? Because I have Snow Shark and that doesn't have salty in the title. And I was like, Snow Shark is also on the list, but we're talking about the salt grows.
Well, we can do Snow Shark if you want on that, because I have that on audio, so I can do that on the weekend because that's only a small book too.
Yeah, if you want to start, I don't know. I think she decided to start on the trilogy anyhow.
Okay, cool.
And because I told her we'd start, but I don't know. We'll get there. We'll try to get to the bottom of the comments. We'll see.
You need to add me to Jean's yours and Jean's Voxer for the group read.
Oh yeah, well yeah, for sure. I'll make one in the next sprint. I'll make a group.
Yeah, cool. It was kind of in book limbo. Oh no, that's the wrong one. I tried the chainsaw one. I tried again someday. Probably should go to sprint if we're reading the above comment, not the highlighted one. And just to think, I haven't started drinking yet. So it's Friday. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Maybe I should start. It's lunchtime. Ooh, I can have lunchtime drinks, right? Salt and Broom is so good. I don't drink wine. So, like if you start to, the problem is people judge you when you drink tequila. They think you're an alcoholic because you drink tequila. Like, no, I'm not an alcoholic. I can go years without a drink, but I like my spirits. I just don't like wine. Wine's giving me headache, and I have suffered with headaches all my life, and I'm not going to intentionally give myself a headache. But, yeah. But apparently, because I drink tequila.
Everyone's like starting with the hard stuff and that kind of thing.
Yeah, like, so you're an alcoholic because you can drink
I wouldn't judge you. You could
No.
pull a flask out of your purse, and I wouldn't judge you.
I'd ask you for some.
I was gonna say, do you want to share?
Spill that in my coffee, thanks.
Yeah, I'm making my coffee Irish. Salt and Broom is so good. Jane Eyre is my favorite classic. It is also my favorite as well. And Jane, so the Salt and Broom is from a witchy perspective of Jane Eyre, and Jane Steele is from a murderous point of view. So it's actually really good. Yeah, like it's essentially the same story, but like, yeah, I mean, retellings are, but
I haven't started it yet, Anne. I was going to the other night, and then I decided to start a movie instead. Don't ask me why, people. I know they're longer than episodes. Probably because I knew I was going to go to sleep. And I expect to like Baby Reindeer, in the movie that I started, I expected it was questionable. It was from Shudder. So,
yeah.
But maybe after I get some things done. I need to get some things done.
Things done first. We'll add it to the list.
At least,
Did you just see all the light bulbs go off then?
Several turned on.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it like the library. I'm just gonna watch the first episode of Baby Reindeer.
Mm-hmm. Wheel of Time Book 5 on Brittany's read along is scheduled for July. I watched the words. I watched the show first and loved it and understood it, and now I'm reading the books and still love the book and show. Yeah, timelines are off, but great in my opinion. Yeah, I mean each to their own, but I would still advise to read the books first. So yeah. I also feel that the TV show helps. Yeah, I guess so. In some aspects, I suppose if you look at it that way, most definitely.
I
So,
see
yeah.
There's just some things about the show that
questionable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Questionable.
They entirely leave out the fact that there are two halves of the source. That there's a male and a female half of the source. They don't.
Yeah.
Or at least they don't make it very clear that there is. Like they make it like there's only one source and it's tainted when the men use it. When in fact it's that half of the power. I don't know. I could go on forever, but I like the show. I should say. I do like the show for what it is. I think it pays wonderful homage to the books. But it
could have been better.
It's just the heart that's in there. There is not. I think there's like one scene in the entire second season that's in one of the books, and the rest of them are all reformulated. Like there's events that happen in the books, but they take them and they mash events into different scenes and have them happen in different locations. And
yeah, there was a couple of places where I went, that's not right. While I was watching the show, I'm like,
there?
No, I'm like,
what is Avienda?
I think someone needs a new map.
What is Avienda doing here in the first book?
What's going on? And I sat there, and Brendan seen the look on my face, well, because he was working and walked through, and he said, "Look," and he goes, "If you've read the books, if you've got that look on your face, how the hell am I supposed to understand what's going on?" I'm like, "No, I'm just confused because it didn't happen there."
Patrick would just ask me questions. He'd be like, "What just happened?" Or "What did that mean?" Or "What did that mean?" And he was the first one that told me, he was like, "I feel like if you weren't here to explain things to me, I wouldn't be interested."
And that is like I have heard that from a lot of people that haven't read the books, and a few people that I shouldn't say a lot, but a few people that I know have actually stopped watching the show to read the books.
If anybody's interested, there's a channel called Bookborn. I forget her name. So if she ever watches this, sorry. But she does comparison for for every episode, at least for the first 2 seasons. I think she said she was maybe not going to do the 3rd season because
Yeah, I think Daniel Green does that
he's a
too,
big
doesn't he?
time fan, and the show drives me nuts.
Yeah.
But she does a really good job, and I think if I'm remembering it right, it's also her channel where she interviews people who have watched the show without reading the book, watched the show with reading the book.
Yeah.
And there was like a 3rd scenario there too. But anyhow, interesting content over there if anybody's interested on Wheel of Time.
And then you've also, like, if you don't understand the books, you've also got the podcast, The Wheel Weaves, which does chapter by chapter for the entire season, series of the books. And they also have I don't know if it's on their channel, but I do know that they have it on their Discord, the show.
Maybe it's them that did the. No, I think it was Bookborn that did the
comparison. Yeah, and there's also Daniel Green.
He talk about the show on Wheel Weaves. They don't go as into depth on the comparisons with the show with the Wheel Weaves because they don't want to spoil the books. Yeah.
Because their whole channel set up as a non-spoilery,
exactly.
To look at all the things that are going on in the books and stuff like that, because the female person, it's a husband and wife duo that are doing it, and his wife has never read them before, and he's read them several times, probably several hundred times at this point. Yeah,
I never finished it because we got ahead of them.
I just figured I'm going to wait till they finish the whole lot, and because it's just easier. And by that stage, I'll probably want to read the book again. I had a customer come here the other day, and they're like, when you walk into my studio, because this is open for customers to come in to drop their quilts off. She walked in, and I've got my to be read small. Well, it's not small. There's enough books on there, but all my to be read books, except for the Wheel of Time, is on there because it's the only place where I can put them all but 2. I'm actually going to get specially made shelves for in the library where they can sit. That so they can all be together, because it actually makes a scene. The spine makes a mountain scene.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, and she goes, "Oh, did you like?" Because I said, "Oh, that's my." Because she goes, one, she works in a bookstore that's a few towns away, or used to. 2, she was a bookworm and instantly got my handle for YouTube while she was here. And then 3, she goes, "Oh, you like to read, do you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, they're all my to be read, so I don't know anything about them." And then she pointed to the Wheel of Time. I said, "Except for that one, I've read all of those." She goes, "Oh, you liked it?" I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "I can tell you got the whole series, including the novella." And I'm like, "Yes." And I said, "I probably will reread it again." So yeah, it was quite interesting to have someone come in and actually, and then she was looking at all my classics. I said, "And that's not all my books." Like,
I still think about Wheel of Time.
Anytime someone mentions it, it comes to mind, and I just little scenes like start playing out in my mind and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's just like I know, like I knew the moment that I shut the book, the last book, that I would reread it again, most definitely. And I can see why people love it so much. They get to the end and then they start, because there's 14 books in it plus the novella. So you can see why they shut the book, and those diehard fans just instantly pick up the first book again and start over again. They don't read them fast. One of my friends said it took them like 5 years to read the entire series. So by the time they got to the end, they just started again. And then it's just a book that they have on their coffee table when they want to read something without starting a book. They just pick it up because they just fall back into the world, because Jordan's so good at drawing you into the world, which is so true. Like, I can see why people do it.
Yeah, the world building it's so well done.
It is really well. And I love how he has, like, with his writing as well, like, you're reading about the mundane and you just at that point in your mind where you're going, "Oh, just get on with it." And then boom, something happens. Like, it's like the next sentence, something's happening, and it just takes you right into the world and gets you into the action and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I just think he has I think I said that on a couple of videos. I only reviewed the first 3 because I'm like, there's plenty of other people out there that are reviewing them. I don't need to. And we talked a lot about them on our sprints and stuff like that, as opposed to reviewing them. So yeah. The comedy stylings of Ari.
The Sword of Truth on our list too.
Which one?
The Sword
I
of
hope-
Truth.
Are you keeping a list?
They're all on my
Yeah.
bookshelf.
Because some of these I don't have on my list, so yeah.
The Sword of Truth is a big one, so you'll need some time to collect them. Or...
Yeah, cool. I get paid on Sunday, so I will be ordering book 4 and 5
I
of
will
Green
start
Rider.
a master list here. Let's see. Starting with Green Rider.
Yeah.
And then Outlander, right?
And Outlander, yeah.
And then Beautiful Creatures.
Yeah, that's 4 books.
Mm-hmm. And then there was one.
Red Wall, 22 books.
I kind of want to do Outlander. Are you doing the whole series? Is that your plan?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I went to Dark Tower eventually too, which is only 8 books, I think. 8 or 9.
There's no timer. There we go. I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm just trying to find the timer because I was hoping that Neva would be back because she was controlling the timer.
No, you're all good.
So let me just log in. Talk amongst yourself for a moment. Yeah. It's been a schmozzle with internet this morning. So
A what?
a schmozzle.
I'm learning a new word.
You use that, don't you, Brooklyn? Is that an
Yeah.
Australian thing? Yeah, schmozzle.
I didn't think it was an Australian thing.
I didn't think it was either.
Schmozzle before. Did I say it right?
Yeah,
Schmozzle.
that's right. Schmozzle. Muzzle, not muzzle. Muzzle.
Is that like a shit show?
Yeah, it's a shit show.
Yeah. It's like a big mix of everything.
Look at me using context clues like a reader.
Look at you go. The other day, was it in the public? Was it in the After Darks about Done and Dusted?
It's in the Rascal book. He said done and dusted.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know what's funny is not right after, but after I messaged you that and talked about how he also said snoggin and it made me think of Harry Potter. The very next time I sat down to read that book, there was a Harry Potter reference.
Oh, wow.
So I'm really excited to review that book because he's really anxious for me to review it because I guess a lot of people don't like the ending and he's like just I'm like at 75%. Oh, I'm at 86% and he's like, are you gonna like the ending? Are you gonna like the ending?
Stop traumatizing the poor dude.
The ending didn't bother me. Just spoiler alert since he's asleep in Thailand.
Yeah.
I thought it was fine. I actually really enjoyed this book. It was like a little bit of witchcraft, a little bit of Satanism, a little bit of gay, a little bit of revenge.
Nice.
But it had heart, and it had love. I can see how it was inspired by like a real life situation in the school. Like I don't know. I enjoyed it. So cheers, cool. JHD. Crazy.
I'll have to if it's got all that sort of stuff in it, it's probably something that I'd like to read too. So I might actually pick it up when it comes out.
I was going to ask you if maybe you might want to read it because I'm interested to I think maybe just whoever has reviewed it so far is not his target audience.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what I mean? And like he needs to find it. His target audience needs to find him so that we can let our people know.
Cool. How long is the book? They're not very big books that he writes, is it?
No, I want to say it's like under 300 or 300 and something pages.
Okay. Cool. And when's the date it comes out?
This one's out already.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll have a look.
Be on Unlimited.
Okay, I'll go and check. Can you just in the private chat put the actual author as well? Because sometimes if they've got the same name, you might get multiple books. So the name and the author would be great. All right, we're going to go to a sprint and we will be back in an hour. Just heard from Neva. She's just getting Ari to sleep. Ari's obviously very excited from her dinner date tonight. So that's fair. We've got to allow for mum and daughter time and relaxing and all that sort of stuff. Just don't fall asleep, Neva. I know you're listening. Don't be falling asleep.
Is Ari listening to you? Ari, listen
No,
to
not-
Ari's almost asleep.
Ari's almost
Oh.
asleep, but the light is off because she's
Yeah.
in that in between. I'm trying
Yeah.
to finish this godforsaken book. It's not really getting better, so I'm
If
just
you're
letting-
over 50, if you're over 50%, hun, you can DNF and put it down, and it's marked
yeah,
off
but now
as a
I
book.
need, but now I need to know how it ends.
Okay.
I'm like
sorry.
80% through this stupid book.
Well, I hope it
That
goes.
puppy up to 3 times speed if you're listening on audio.
Do you need me to reset the timer?
No, it's all good. I've got one up, hun. It's fine. It's all good.
Okay.
You go back to reading your book and get that finished. That way, when you come back, you won't have to deal with it.
I totally just thumbs up like you could see me.
No worries.
Goodbye.
You know what I was watching? Do you know what I was watching last night when I was sending all those reels through? Comedy sketches where they had what is it? The Australian sign language. What's the abbreviation for that? They had
English
the
is a-
ASL. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They had the sign language going off onto the side, and the comedians were interacting with them because of what they were saying and the sign language for them.
Oh,
And he goes back, and one of them goes, "That can't be right," when they were talking about touching. That was so funny.
Is that the thing? Did you send that? Okay.
She's like, doing the touching, and then she got into on the act, and she's going, like, how big is it, and all this.
She's like,
I'm laughing so much that my daughter come out. She goes, "What are you giggling at like a schoolgirl out here?" I showed her. She goes, "Mum, you're warped," and walked away. And anyway, we're going to a sprint on that note. Let me just get us all set up, and we'll see you in an hour. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. Everyone's bailed on me. All just leaving me hanging.
I'm here. I finished the pages.
Sorry.
Yeah, just got to call you. Hey, hello, people. And we have Neva back. Ari's asleep, I assume. On the phone. Okay. Anyway, how'd we go?
I had lunch
Yeah.
and listened to just a little bit of Keeping 13. That's about it. Haven't started on the bookshelves. I'm looking at them constantly and I don't want to do it, but I need to. So that's next sprint's problem.
Next sprint. Yeah. How'd you go, Coda?
Sorry, I got sidetracked because Brooklyn didn't tell us what she ate. And
Sorry. I just hear you got to tell us what you ate.
I had rice with salmon and then I put mayo in it. And then I have like these bits of seaweed that I like put the concoction in and then I eat it with avocado. So like sushi, basically.
Yeah, I was going to say, so deconstructed sushi, yeah. I have that too.
Yeah, it's good.
I've actually got one of those. No wonder I can't hear properly. I've got my earbud in. Because anyway, it's a whole thing. I got one of those. They were on like, nighttime TV infomercials and all the rest of it, where there's like a little container, you put all the stuff in it and then you screw it and I got one of those. They work mint.
Really?
Yeah, you can get them from and all that sort of stuff here now. So yeah, sushi maker is great. And like it makes a full roll and then you just wet your knife and you can cut them through. You need a really sharp knife though, but yeah, they work really well. And like you screw it and so it compacts everything. So and it's got a stopper at the end that you put in. You just got to remember not to put too much rice in because it can split them. Because it looks like you can put a lot. So you just put like a really thin layer, but once it all goes, and then you put some on the other layer, and then you bring the two layers together and screw it, and it just does it nicely.
Yeah.
So.
Lovely.
Because I hate using those bamboo mats.
They don't work very well.
They do work if you put Glad Wrap down on it.
Yeah. I just get the rice everywhere, and it's just
But those sushi makers work really well. And like you don't need power or anything either. So you can just, it's just a contraption. And I also got at the same time, the like samosa.
Oh yeah.
Ones to make dumpling. You can make dumplings in them and you can make samosa. You can make like a tortellini and stuff like that with them. I've got them as well. And they work really well for all of that sort of stuff as well. On that, like, there's no point in stressing over it and trying to get it right when you've got these contraptions to help you do it. That's the best $5 I've ever spent. I mean, obviously, you can pay a lot more if you get them off the infomercial, but you can get them cheaply off AliExpress, and the cheap shops always have them and stuff like that as well. So yeah. So what did you end up doing, Coda?
I finished the pages. I decided that I didn't feel like doing laundry and that I didn't feel like doing dishes. But I did go clean the cat box because I told myself, do something. Yeah. This doesn't sound very productive, but I sat here and listened to the book for the most part. So that was good.
Nice.
Yeah, well, the first two sprints are about getting the Harry Potter stuff done. So,
I mean, I could have multitasked, but honestly, I'm tired now. I'm like, I can't believe it's already 9:30. What happened to the last 4.5 hours?
Well, we've had a therapy session.
Oh yeah.
We like it has been productive. We've had a therapy session. That's always makes one person tired after it. We've had we've read 100 pages of book or listened to without earballs.
I did add some things to my list, and I made sure to pull everything that I think this is most of everything that I'm reading. So
yeah, I put that on my buddy read list. I put that one and the salt grows heavy. But I do tomorrow. I am reading Wartime Bet because that's with my eyeballs. I have to get that finished because I have a vlog coming out on the 7th.
Which one?
Wartime Bet. It's a NetGalley arc that I'm doing because you know I'm doing the NetGalley diaries.
So we can read whatever you want first. I don't care.
No, it's I can read either one of those, but I'll probably start Snow Shark this afternoon because I have that on audio.
Okay, cool. I think Jean has it too.
Mm-hmm. So I probably won't start that until I'm after sprints. You'll be asleep by then, so I'll read it while you're sleeping.
And then you've got your eyeball vlog book, and then you're gonna do salt.
Yep.
Okay,
salt grows heavy.
This just helps me figure out where I'm gonna. And then when do you start this one? Because
next week.
Starting it, but we'll catch up with her, I'm sure.
I'll probably start that on Wednesday if that's all right.
Wednesday. I like that. I like it when it has a day. Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Hi, Wednesday.
Yeah. So snow. Oh, that's my day, Wednesday. Snow Shark, I will be starting tonight while you're asleep. So if you want to start that in the next sprint, you're more than welcome to, because I will catch up and probably go past you. And then the Salt Grows Heavy, I will be starting as soon as I'm finished that Wartime Vet, which I've got scaled down for tomorrow, which is your Friday, my Saturday. So your Saturday, my Sunday, I will be starting the Salt Grows Heavy.
So after Harry Potter on Sunday. Okay, perfect. Then that means I'm not starting Chainsaw until Tuesday. That means Christina. We can start Cujo we can start Cujo Monday.
Sounds like a plan.
If that's cool.
Sounds like a plan.
It's got the first couple of weeks laid out. I think it's
better.
Well,
I feel like Snow Shark and the Salt Grows Heavy are going to be done in one sitting.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because the Salt Grows Heavy, Snow Shark's only got 200 pages in it, less than 200 pages.
198.
Yeah,
my copy, and then Salt Grows Heavy is even shorter, much shorter.
Yeah,
128 with bigger words.
Yeah. Cool, and I'll be reading that on my Kindle anyway, so both of them are on my Kindle. So technically,
see, you're knocking out Kindle, and I'm knocking out Read What You Own.
Well, I was supposed to be only knocking out KU, but I'm also seem to be knocking out some Kindle books as well. So,
well,
why not? Why not?
We know you can knock them all out. It's like when Jamie the other day was like, I accidentally joined a readathon. I was like you couldn't just take the 50 to 60 books you're going to read this month and pick for the prompts or whatever. I was like, I wouldn't worry about it. Accidentally joining a readathon for you is like accidentally taking a breath of fresh air.
True. How'd you go, Neva?
Hello.
Did you just wake up?
No. Someone in this house, who I'm not going to name, doesn't know how to open fucking windows when they smoke. So I now have a migraine from cigarette smoke. So I called my dad because I'm too fucking lazy to walk up the stairs. And I guess he was on the phone with my aunt, and my uncle is dying, which is terrible. Anyways, but I called and he came down here and he gave me some nasty fucking minty migraine medicine. But I was like, something is gonna happen. I was like, she's gonna have to go outside and sit on the porch, because I was like, I cannot take this. And he was like, are you okay? And I was like, no, I feel like I'm gonna throw up. So that's great. I have 8 minutes left of this book. Okay, and I'm only 8 minutes away. I'm gonna finish it, but I'm giving it 3.5 stars. And
Was
for the
that
first
good?
time ever in life, I wrote a review. Okay.
Neva doesn't do 1 or 2 stars very rarely, and
Yeah.
rates the 6. And so if it's a 3.5 star rating, that is at the lower end. That would be equivalent of a 2-star rating for us.
Right. Because
Yeah.
if I'm gonna give a
You
one,
me go knowing how your star rating works.
if I'm
Can't
gonna give
remember
a
your
1 or 2
name, but I
stars,
know you rate your books.
I'll probably have actually DNF'd it before I give it that rating.
Yeah.
There's
Right.
very few exceptions to this, but I did write a review. Would you like to hear it? It's short. It's only a couple sentences. So I gave it 3.5 stars. Okay. And I said, listen, I was under the impression that there would be some kind of kink in this book. There, however, was not any kink in this book. Okay, so there's that. Also, I don't believe for 1 second that a woman who's a virgin at the beginning goes from never having sex to being super kinky. Absolutely not. The use of the name Petal was also ridiculous. Who was called Petal? He called her
Please
Petal.
Please tell me that at one stage the one-liner was settle pedal.
No, because if he had, I would have given it 4 stars.
That would have that would have taken it up half a star.
He called her Petal because her name is Violet. Okay. I could have rocked with it. I could have gone with it, except that the only time that he consistently called her this was during sex. I just needed him to.
Yeah,
So you're not going to explain it how you explain trust me on the scenes? Pedal, trust, pedal.
Also, there's a scene in this book.
I think you should lower the rating since you had to write words.
There's also a scene in this book that I took a picture of and sent to the Cultmas group chat. Where he is asking her, or he is telling her that she's so fucking beautiful while thrusting. So in between thrusts, he's like, why are you so fucking thrust hot? And then they got off on that, apparently.
And she wasn't like,
oh no, she was into it. She was yelling names and throwing.
She was having a fun time.
Around.
I mean, I guess if you want to call me hot, that could be the exception to the talking rule.
No.
But like, do it before you start thrusting, so.
What's your stance on dirty talk?
I'm underage. We shouldn't be talking about this.
You're 16, you're of consent.
I'm 17.
You're over 16 is what I meant to say. So, and I'm your mother, so.
I have no comment on this situation. I plead the fifth.
Because
she's taking the fifth. She's invoking your laws for comments.
Because it's ridiculous. Okay, absolutely not. Listen.
I would have expected you to turn around, Mother. I'm not having this conversation with you. This is none of your business. Yeah. See, she's ignoring me now. My mother's not here. I'm not engaging in this conversation.
It's just so ridiculous. Okay. I mean, I'm not telling anyone not to read it. I'm sure to somebody this would be like the kinkiest thing you ever read.
Yeah, but as you were saying last night, you don't go from being a virgin to choking.
Maybe it's written for people who want to go from being a virgin to choking.
Here's the thing: there was also no choking in this book.
It was a non-event. Like, why talk about it and then for it be a non-event?
Yeah. They really made me believe that this girl.
Bring on the choke if you're going to mention it.
She's like, "Are you going to keep talking, or are you going to like do something where I can use a safe word every now and again?"
He mentioned not only hair, like aggressive hair pulling, but also choking, and then we didn't see any of that.
Not even hair pulling. Oh man, come on. Like you can't
Like,
mention it and
She
then not talk
says
about it.
while she is like kissing this other guy that she thinks that she could have feelings for, she doesn't. Spoiler alert. She's like, because he puts his hand in like on the back of her head, like through her hair, and she was like, if he would just pull a little, maybe I would feel something. But then he didn't. So I was like, okay, so she needs like hair pulling and choking to like do what she needs to do. And then nothing happened. It didn't happen. It was mentioned and then nothing.
It was a
Also,
non-event.
there were safe words introduced. There was a safe word introduced. And then there was nothing that would have needed a safe word happening. Like, y'all really bamboozled me with that. And I have another book by this author on my list, and I don't know. I may just swap it out because
Maybe it was, somebody inexperienced trying out writing something.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Maybe
This
it was
sounds a
an
lot-
instruction manual
This
for her
sounds a
partner.
lot like, sounds a lot like typhoons in Oregon and Mormon.
Yeah.
I just feel like research is not that hard to do. You know what I mean? Like research it or something.
Yeah, but if it was an instruction manual for her partner, maybe she couldn't go too far.
She didn't want to get donkey punched.
Listen, if you need to write this as an instruction manual to your partner, I feel like you're not discussing things as one should.
Maybe
So.
she's shy.
Me too, but I can still articulate how I feel.
But do it beforehand, not during.
Yeah, not during.
I mean, unless you need to redirect. You're doing it wrong.
I'm just saying, I was bamboozled by this, so.
Neryl's just like, what does my mother do online? No judgments here, remember? I don't judge you for your lollipop reading.
Oh, don't even. Stop. That's not okay.
I heard something about a lollipop, right? Ruined?
I've gotten over that
You've got
fear since then.
yeah.
I actually have a thing of lollipops in my room that I
You recovered?
occasionally
She's recovered, yeah.
That
Yeah.
you occasionally
dabble in the lollipop. Not the weed nightmare. I use them for their intended purpose, which is to eat, not do that.
It was so funny when she came in to tell me that she was traumatized by this scene that she read in a book, and I'm just laughing. I was no support whatsoever.
as
That's what you get when you play with a dark romance, mate.
It wasn't though. It wasn't. It wasn't.
It wasn't. It's not.
They shouldn't be using snacks. I'm like,
Don't read Cream.
Or don't eat the what was the one that we read? The elf one? Elfed.
Oh, that one. Also, don't read Butcher and Blackbird. It will ruin cookie dough ice cream. Or is it cookie dough ice cream? I don't remember.
Some kind of ice cream. It's
But it was
whatever
ice
it
cream.
is.
And it'll ruin it. And apparently she's ruining more food in the second book, which like I'm scared.
Dark romance, serial killer romance. Not good to ruin food, hey?
no. Does anyone want to hear about my experience I just had?
What happened?
You all can now refer to me as Mr. Bates because I too have beef with the post office. Because I went down there last week and this chick was like, oh yeah, it's going to be $127.38. And I was like, oh yeah, fine, he's paying for it anyway. No biggie. I'll come back Friday and I'll post it. I'll go in there today, Friday, $151.15. And then I was like, because the chick that gave me the quote was like standing there, and I was like, oh, the other day she quoted me 127, and she was like, I didn't say anything, and I was like, I still have the piece of paper in my car. I don't know what you're trying to prove with this, but I can get some forensic experts and forensic the
Shit out of this, yeah?
yeah, like okay, and then the chick that was serving me proceeded to argue with me, a 17-year-old, about how I was wrong. And I was just looking at her. I was like, I really don't care. Can you just put it through? She's like, no, but you're wrong. And I was like,
Did you go and get the paper?
No.
You sure it went?
It wasn't even in my car.
Oh.
I just said, I literally have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I threw it out the other day when I quit my car.
Okay.
But yeah, I was just standing there, and she went on for like 5 minutes, just yapping.
Which chick was it?
I don't know.
Was it the grumpy one?
No, the other one.
The grumpy one always charges you more. I swear she adds an
Yeah,
extra
and then-
$20 just for
the inconvenience of
it.
having a customer. I wish I could do that. Jesus, I'd make so much more money. But anyway, and then she's like, yeah, but it's 43 and 40 by 98. And I was like, I know. Okay, I've already been told this. Okay, calm down, please. Just put it through. I'll just pay the extra $20. No big thing, girl. I've got money. No big thing. She just kept arguing. And I was just like, I looked at it and I was like, I genuinely do not care. Put it through. She's like, oh, okay. And I was like, oh, okay.
Can you see the Leo coming out in there right now?
No, because if you don't argue with a teenage girl,
Yeah, well, you know.
don't. Because I'll literally back you into a corner and make you cry if you annoy me enough. And I wanted to
Unless-
I wanted to jump the counter, throw pens and tape and post office supplies at her just to knock some sense into her that I genuinely do not
Breathe.
care.
Breathe.
Now I'm out $20. I didn't make 200. I made 180.
Well, you still made some money.
Thumbs down because I'm not charging him.
No, you can, well, you
That's
can't.
just rude. I'm like, I'm
Nearly
like,
like, yeah, 183 stars. It's fine, whatever.
But next time, okay, when you're dealing with the Kingaroy post office,
I'm going to Nanango.
just make sure if you go in there to get a price, a quote, get them to write it down and print it out, okay? Because they're notorious for saying one thing and then doing another down there.
And then arguing with me.
Yeah.
And when
I was
you
like, I
go
think the customer's always right.
like an angry cat kangaroo with you, in case somebody gets punched.
Might have to. I'll just bring Dad. Oh, I can't. Never mind.
No, because the kangaroo's not gonna get your dad arrested.
They all know about that.
Hey,
So
we'll
work
talk
on
about it.
training the kangaroo. See, life goals.
I would get punched by the kangaroo girl. I don't know. Have you ever seen a kangaroo?
On it when you're training it, so that it's not.
I don't have
barefaced.
time to train a kangaroo. What do you mean? I'll just get a pet redback,
What's a red
which
dot?
is it looks like a black widow, but it's way better because it's more deadly, and it doesn't just give you an infected finger.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
It doesn't microdose you. It overdoses you.
That was an evil laugh.
That was a good
Well,
one.
she did go from punching people to killing
Dropping
them.
redbacks.
That is what it is.
I'm gonna punch them if it's gonna stop their heart.
Go do what you gotta do.
And she says it so sweetly.
Stuff happens, you know.
It is Australia after all.
Yeah, so nothing I can control.
Highlight of the chat, the you mayhem challenge sticker covering up Neva's face. Nice.
Are we that far behind?
Yeah, we're heaps behind. I'm late to answering Coda. It's okay, we're late in the comments as well. I mean, we did have a therapy session in the last chatty bit, so yeah. I don't know what this was about because I was having issues.
It was about her ML's drag thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is ML still here? Like,
Who knows? ML comes and she goes.
I mean, this was like 3.5 hours ago. So.
yeah, true. Fair.
I don't see her at the bottom.
Unlike Texas. Hello, friends. Back from the food pantry shift. Awesome. And we'll be reading an Ark Havoc. Have you got a proof of that Ark that I was reading to you yesterday? Hello to Jamie.
Oh, let me check.
Good night, Gabby. You're probably long gone. I'm so surprised how quick the thing of Hedwig happened. It was like 2 sentences and that was it. Unless it hits him worse later. Going to have lunch.
It's still pending.
Still pending. Fair enough. Can't say anything on that. Did you finish your pages at all for Harry Potter, Neva?
Oh yeah, I finished them in the first sprint.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Maybe rewarded is the wrong word.
There was no crying. There was nothing to cry about.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Hey Maria, how you going? Thanks for joining. We'll be reading Finley Donovan is killing it. Awesome. Just finished Deja Vu Dead. Excellent. This is True Blood. Yes? Bones. Okay. There's also, I think, no, that's a different book title, but it's got dead in it. Similar. Who knows? Internet is back.
Wait, what was wrong with the internet?
It was not working.
Oh, just like settled.
Yeah, it was like you weren't involved in it, so yeah.
Good night.
And then I got this, and I had that plugged in, and then it come back on. So now I'm on this internet to save that internet. So yeah. Rainey is annotating Magnolia Parks along my home, and it's slowly killing her. Rachel is also here as well. Hello, Rachel. How are you going? Wait, what's this? A sprint? It's just a chatty stream. No, it's a sprint. We went to a sprint, Rachel.
She said that when she got here, we were at a sprint, and she was like, "What? You guys are sprinting?"
Yeah. I think because we did the hour and a half, it threw her off. We did it just to get you, Rachel.
I feel so bad for Brooklyn because no one is enjoying this book. And
I know. I feel like there's something wrong with me. Why did I enjoy this book?
I mean, Vanessa likes it, I think, too.
Yeah, because Vanessa commented on my post on Instagram and said, "Oh, are you going to continue on with it?" Which I am, because it landed on the cliffhanger, and I'm like, "Yeah, man. Now I'm pissed. I've got to read the second book." But at the end of the day, like, it was all right.
I don't know, maybe we're the psychologists like this kind of messed up stuff. Maybe that's what it is.
I don't even think, honestly though, I don't even think it's that.
I think that the second one is much better, and that made me enjoy the first one more.
Okay.
That could be.
The second one's so much worse. Like, way more messed up.
you're just confused.
You're like, it's better, but then you're like, it's
She
way
means
worse.
like, Dark Romance is better.
Messed up shit too.
So it's more fucked up, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, I can see that it's going to get, like, from how the first one ended, that the shit's going to go down.
Yeah.
Like, shit is definitely going to go down. But I think it's the thrill of the chase.
Yeah.
And her, in the first one, I can't speak for the second one, but and her torment over liking someone so morally grey. Well, let's face it, he's a little bit black.
Yeah.
He's like a charcoal grey. He's not quite black, but he's charcoal grey, because there's worse out there, I reckon. And I just think it's that. So yeah, which I get that. Like I enjoyed that element of it. But yeah. And I thought the rose thing was sweet.
Yeah.
Bloody mama's boy. That's the first thing I thought. Yeah, bloody mama's boy. But yeah, there was some stuff that he's left out. I was not expecting that. I'm just like, I'm thinking to myself, bitches, they didn't tell me that was going to be in there. But anyway, it was good. Just seeing that you're over 700, Neva. Yay. What are you on now? Have you obsessively checked? Because I know when Brooklyn it hit 600, you obsessively checked to make sure you stayed over, didn't you?
I'm at 703.
Awesome.
So I think it's going to stay at 700 because it didn't go back down. Like a lot of times what happens is like it'll go back down to like 699 for a couple days. So that's why I didn't post like as soon as Brooklyn was like, you hit 700. Like I didn't post about it. Like I sent it to people, but I didn't post about it until this morning. But it hasn't gone back down. So I'm just going to assume I'm just going to sit at 7. Cool.
And then we've got the announcement video on the weekend, so that should get a good boost.
Yeah, because I'm a producer. I'm not actually like on a team this time. I'm a floater
A floater. Nice.
because I'm part of the petty squad. Apparently, the producers are the ones that has to keep everybody in line.
Yeah. Smack them around a bit.
I can get some red.
Go read the FAQs. No.
Hopefully. Stop asking ridiculous questions. Did you not hear what we said? Go long enough, does it? All right. Well, we've been chit-chatting and not getting through many comments, so I'm just going to go through some highs and all that sort of stuff. We have Tennille also here as well. Is it Carissa?
Mm-hmm.
Look at me go. 2 people that I remember. Carissa didn't read much at the dinner though. Tennille is also not getting much reading done either. Going to saying hello, Yum Dakota for about dinner. For the animals, I'm having a Thai tomorrow. Awesome. The Thai food. You know what I feel like? Coffee noodle.
Yeah, like the wonton, the wonton strips. Is that what you're talking about, Raleigh?
I thought you were talking to us, and I was like,
We're talking about pad thai. What are you talking about, Curta? the comment that's on the screen. Hot and sour soup is good with crunchy things in it when you're sick and congested.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think the wonton strips.
Yeah, well, when I make my miso soup, because I make a miso soup, I just chuck everything in it, but I don't cook the vegetables beforehand. I let the broth cook the vegetables, so it has a lot of crunch to it. Heaps good. It's good. It's good. Chuck salmon in there, or chicken, or shiitake mushrooms, or just chuck everything in it.
All of it. All of it.
Huh? The base is miso, but then miso. I just don't.
Miso soup.
Miso.
Miso soup. Miso soup.
Okay, we'll stop now.
Yeah.
Oh, me so hungry.
I was going to say that, but I thought, oh, we lost Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, come back!
Fine, don't say goodbye then. Obviously.
She didn't like our miso thing.
That sounds so good. Read chapter 5 and had lunch. About to take paracetamol and curl up on. Yeah, that's fair. That was a little while ago. Peasant food is killer cuisine. I agree. I totally agree with that. Sissy Lady has also joined. Hello. Is this Kiana?
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 for 3. On a roll today. Don't expect it ever again. I'm just saying. It may never happen again. On page 154, Jess is saying hello. Hello, Brooklyn, you're back.
My internet just dropped out too. What's with all the technical issues today, guys?
I was like, damn, where did Brooklyn go? And I was like, let me just scroll down. And she's just sitting there, just chilling.
Everything just like slowed down all of a sudden, and everyone was talking in slow-mo. So I was like, something is not right here.
I love using the most basic of ingredients to make meals. So do I. Hello, just burning through these comments. We're almost to the bottom. Hey, Bryce, how you going? Thanks for joining. Jen has also popped in. Hello. I just got home from a girls' night out. Nice. So we're going to get some drunk talk. Too tipsy to read, but I thought I'd say hi. Hoping for some entertainment in the comments, Jen. We're always up for that. Brooklyn knows all about it from the weekend. And Coda is really good at drunk interpretations.
I'll read your comments.
With the slur and all. Started on is that supposed to be Harry Potter again? Still on chapter 28.
7.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much Moich they do this on purpose to make me read it, and then it trips me up, and then my brain starts to buffer and I don't get the comments out. So feel free to step in at any time, so you're on the host end of the table. No? Okay.
Much.
It was. I just wanted her to say it instead of me, because I always sound like the person that can't speak English around here.
I'm in the West, so
yeah. Yeah, we might get a Jamaican accent. We might end up in Scotland.
maybe even India.
Yeah, we even get Indian.
That's crazy. I couldn't talk to my doctor for like 2 years because it was so bad, my imitation act. And
Because she mimics.
yeah, so bad. It's so
And,
bad.
and she had an Indian doctor, so I had to go to the doctors with her all the time and talk for her because she was going to break out in an accent.
It was embarrassing at this point because I was like 15 and my mum was still talking for me. And I'm like, I can do it. I promise, guys, I can do it. I just can't talk to you. Not being rude.
But it's because she mimics. So, yeah. Saving Harry Potter 7 for when I go for walks or go to the gym. That's fair. Did you put visit with church ladies on the list yet? That happened today and took up time, and had put how long they were there for, so you know how long you got distracted.
We were here for 2 fucking hours.
Next time they come, you need to put a timer and go, right, ladies, you're on the timer. You're on the clock. When this buzzer goes off.
It wasn't their fault. My friend Brandy came over too because she was over here the last time they stepped off. So when they caught her on the porch, they were like, "Oh, we're headed over to Dakota's. You coming?" So she comes over here too. And Brandy had way too much caffeine this morning, you guys. Way too much fucking caffeine. So she was on one. She's like a million questions and a debate. And just I was like, finally I went and got her a water and was like, "Here, friend, drink this water.
You need to calm down.
Let the old lady talk for a little bit."
Oh no. Jamie got to page 283 of 327. Oh my god, you only just started this. You're already finishing. Oh my goodness. And a nap should always be on the list. I agree. I agree.
That reminds me, now that I crossed it off, I should put it back on there for tomorrow.
Yeah, and so should a shower, eat, and coffee, and any other self-care that you need. I agree.
I did put lunch and breakfast on there already. I'll put
Nightbot has popped in and told us to hydrate. So whatever you're drinking right now, take a drink. Alley Cat finished the book and got to 71% of Red Queen by Victoria Avard. Awesome. Nice progress there. We always like to see books finished. Show some love to the like button. Also add and immediately cross off anything you did that was not there. So anything else you did today, put it on your list and cross it off. Because it's all about the visual of you making sure that you see that you make progress, even though you might not have thought about it.
Think about if I did anything else.
Chris is terrible at self-care. The past week has been terrible. Fire at the second property, cousin's death, family member hospitalized, but I'm so worried that if I relax, that another catastrophe will occur. Oh my goodness, Chris. You need to step away from the books that you're reading as well, just with all the things that are going on in your life. Do a puzzle.
Do a
trauma. And all of the things that she just listed off would be in most of her books.
And know that if something is going to happen, it's going to happen whether you relax or not.
Relax or not.
So you may as well relax and just hang out. It's kind of like worrying. You're going to find out. So just, wait and find out. Until then, it should be about this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And if relaxing is what you need, then relaxing is what you should do, my friend. Take it from someone who did almost nothing today. You're welcome. Really good for myself.
Carly has also just joined us and just getting up for the day. Awesome. Nice sleep in there.
That's cool. That's cool.
Oh, I know Carly. Yeah, Carly's been around for a while. Because we're streaming to 2 channels, so a lot of time I don't know people that often visit Neva and not over here on other days. So, yeah, that's why I get tripped up. But anybody that's regularly on my channel, I check. I somewhat remember their names. Notice how I help someone. And Coda helps all the time. I agree, but as a creative autistic person with ADHD, there's a fine line between clutter and chaos. There is, very much so. I spent a lot of time making lists and TBR titles, and then I'm so emotionally exhausted by the list making, I don't do anything or put on the list. I have the discipline of a 2-year-old.
I'm the same way with lists, and that's why I've avoided this concept. So, but I'm skipping around because I did my brain dump, but I'm not going to go reorder it because that's time consuming for me. And I'm also ADHD and OCD. So if I get too focused on it, then it'll have to look pretty. If I make a letter wrong with my pen, I'll have to start the list over. So I'm just going to avoid all of that.
That's why I made a point of saying that it's just chicken scratchings in a book. It's just your brain dump and it's chicken scratchings. It doesn't need to be pretty.
It's just a brain dump, and I'm just crossing off the things that I've done and adding more stuff. So when it gets ugly, I'll probably rewrite it.
Yeah, that's what I do too. When it gets too messy, I like, and I can't understand my chicken scratchings, then I rewrite it. Hang on, what did I write here again? Or I've squeezed something in because there's no room on the page. Got to rewrite it then. With that,
doing it first thing in the morning, like taking that moment in the morning to do the listing and the brain dumping, it didn't exhaust me. No. Which normally it would, just like you're saying, Chris. Normally, when I've tried to do it in the afternoon or at night, it exhausts me, and then I don't want to do anything. But doing it first thing, it's like it's hard to get exhausted first thing in the morning, especially if you're still working on like your first cup of coffee and you haven't enough
that's it. And that's the best time to do it, because that's when your mind's most clear at getting stuff out of it and whatnot. So yeah. All right. On that note, how close are we to the bottom? Oh, we're pretty close. Of saying hello to everybody. I need to listen to more music too. I do when I'm not listening to too many audiobooks. Yeah. I was a music blogger a few years ago. I used to be totally immersed in the local music. Nice.
I used to
Jan.
Too.
Hi, Jan.
I was going to say, I was just waiting for Neva to notice. Look up, Neva. I love Mayhem in the title. I'm currently reading A King of Sloth by Anna Hong. Awesome. Nice. Have you read that?
No, but I touched
it. Cool. I knew the author from your selection. No comment. I'll just look at it, side-eye your mum. So I agree with that. Brooklyn and Coda, hence the over the month-long spring cleaning. Yeah.
You mean my year-long spring forever long? 4 years of cleaning the library?
Write the book, put it away until you're ready to publish. If there are dark bits, that makes it more likely candidate for a women's prize. This is true. This is true.
Are you writing a book?
No, we were talking about past things that have happened in my life with and all the rest of it, all the dark, like I'm writing a book. How Annie Shell and I'm out.
Oh.
Yeah. That's about the extent of our DMs.
Can you imagine the scandal when they find out the women's prize winner that year was written by a dude because it was ghostwritten?
Yeah, true.
The scandal. Oh, let's do
it. Nicole has to have a background as a squash player to give for me to give 5 stars. Great. You have a little Kill Bill going on there, Nicole. Possibly. Lexi is having leftover meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Okay. I thought it was pizza. Pizza was for lunch. Yeah, for dinner. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. So,
yeah, because I was confused why she was having green beans with pizza.
Yeah.
I wasn't upset. I was just, that's cool. And apparently she had pizza for lunch, and the green beans were with tonight's meatloaf.
Still finishing up my last 2 glasses of wine from Wednesday's bottle. I'd be
Wow.
messy as. Well, we know that Brooklyn can polish off with her mother-in-law some wine. I need to. I also need to. I also find I need sprints to read most of the time. Oops. Ow! That was loud.
No, wasn't
It came through.
Yeah.
Not me raising my hand and waving there. Could you believe we all used to not do any reading or productivity sprints just a few months ago? I've been doing them for about 12 months. Yeah.
It's not here for me, but yeah, I can't believe it.
Mm.
Boring.
Neva singing away up there as we get through these. Alex Trebek was the host of Jeopardy, and he passed away from cancer. His biography is good as a audiobook. Excellent. Haven't started anything yet.
I love Jeopardy. I'm kind of scared to listen to his biography though, because like Jeopardy is like nostalgic for me. You know, people like when I was in high school, people would be like, "I can't believe you watched Jeopardy," you know, because it's like an old person show. But like, I used to watch it with my grandma.
Therefore, the old person. There was an old person in the room. That's all that matters.
Technically, my great grandma. So like, she had an excuse, you know what I mean? And it was better than watching Toddlers and Tiaras, which she also watched, and I can't stand that show.
Yeah, that's fair. I was judged at a work event because I was drinking rye. Okay. They had this whole thing where they assumed that everybody must be a beer drinker. Fair enough. Talking about when people judge me for drinking tequila. To put that into context for you. I prefer whiskey, no ice, no soda, no water, just straight up. High octane. Knock you out.
American honey whiskey is that the Jim Beam one or the other brand? That one, oh god, that shit's sweet. I used to drink that. You can drink it straight. It is like honey. It gets you fucked up after about 4 or 5 shots. Temperature or cold, Jamie? Because I can't take shots at. I don't like them out of the freezer like most people do. I like my booze to be at temperature.
I'll just take tequila anyway it comes. I'm not fussy. Straight up in a shot glass. Down the bottle. I'm down. I've drunk it out of a bottle. Tequila has paid for many nights out for me. No, so with me and my girlfriends, we'd walk in without any money and want a night out. Anyway, you might want to block your ears because I might gross you out, but anyway. And we do the lick, sip, and suck. But basically, we'd get 2 shots, and then we'd do the salt would be here, and then suck the lemon out of my girlfriend's mouth. It's amazing how many dudes want to see that again, and the drinks just start lining up.
Of course they do.
Party! So yeah, it's a great way to get free drinks. So.
I used to go with my girlfriend, and she'd always have guys all over, and they'd be like, "Can I buy you a drink?" And she'd be like, "Yeah, as long as you buy my homo a drink too." Free drinks.
I'm not gonna lie, we used to get free drinks because like when we would go do karaoke, because this is like how I was like, oh, I must like know how to sing, right? Because like one time the DJ was like, if you sing this song, I'll buy you a drink. Which like the DJ knew Sam, so like I was like, okay, cool, like I know the song, like I'll sing the song, whatever. And then every time we would go in there, somebody would be like, I'll buy you a drink, and I'd be like, cool, but also you have to buy my boyfriend a drink too. So sometimes it would work, and sometimes it would not. It really depended on like how drunk the other person was, you know. Because I think most of them just thought they were going to get laid, which was not happening. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say it probably works better. It probably works better for me because Ashley was single, so anybody would pay for a homo a drink if they could pay for her a drink.
They're lining up. Come with me. Christina's read most of the Sword of Truth series by Terry Goodwin. Sorry. And would be willing to reread it again. Schmozzle, yes. I said schmozzle. And Coda's like, I've learned a new word. Because that's just like, that's standard issue around here. What about for you, Brooklyn? Do you say
just
it very
growing up. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
grown up using that, and it's a normal
Yeah.
word.
Yeah, it's a normal
I
word
just
for
never heard it before.
yeah. The same as done and dusted. You'd never heard that before either. Like
I've heard it, but just not so frequently. Like, and probably
And
not since I was in the South. Also,
yeah. And not in a book either. So yeah. I think you said the other day you'd never seen it in a book before.
yeah. Not that I remember.
So Carly has not heard anybody use schmozzle either. So
I like that she's all the shit show word.
Laverne and Shirley. Did they use it on there? Did they? I don't know.
Yeah, that's funny because Jean messaged me the same thing on Instagram or Voxer. She was like, Shemazel, Laverne and Shirley. Or maybe it was Christina. It's one of them messaged me. I was like, Laverne and Shirley.
Alicia's gone off to bed. Also, that was 2 hours ago. So good night. Thank you for joining. Why do people request books in genres they're not interested in? I'm never going to request fantasy or something light and breezy. I would not know how to react. That's fair. On that, I don't get books from that I'm not interested in. I always read the synopsis off all that sort of stuff. Good night, Alicia. Thank you for joining. I'm glad Coda was on the ball for this because evidently I was not. I'm heading to bed. Good night. Good night to Courtney. Lambo saying hello to everybody, and we just have a lot of stuff going on down here that are hellos and
We're
all the
close,
things.
Because this was the last sprint.
Yeah. I'm back eating dinner, brushing my teeth, and hope to finish the graphic novel. Awesome. How'd you go, Helen? Did you get it finished? Lots of hellos. We're going to get to the bottom, and we've got to before 6 hours. So, yeah. Hello. I've read 68 pages. I think I'm going to head to bed after the next chatty bit. Awesome. We've probably gone to bed by now, but thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Lovely to meet you. Conversations happening. Have no idea what's happening. Made it to page 200. Excellent. I'm surprised you're still sitting here. You're yawning. I'm
Yeah, I was
tired.
up until like 6:30.
I'm tired there, baby girl. You need to go and have a nap. Okay. Someone's getting a Voxer.
A what?
A Voxer. That's what that sound was that you just heard. That'd be Coda. He's getting a Voxer. Doing good. I've been here. I'm 427 pages of 533. 106 pages left. Awesome.
Jean, she was like, it was me, Shemazel. And Laverne.
Shemazel, not muzzle. Muzzle is something that goes over your mouth or your dog's mouth.
Shemazel.
Muzzle.
Shemazel.
There you go.
Shemazel. Shemozel.
Shemazel. Muzzle.
Shemazel.
Like
Mazel.
You're not gonna.
like mozzarella. Mazel.
Mazel. Like Mazel Tov?
Yeah.
Shemazel.
Sure.
It
It
doesn't have- It doesn't have a U in it. It has an O.
Shemazel.
It's closer.
Schmozzle.
Shemozel.
Mazel.
What?
Everybody's saying it differently.
Not muzzle.
You're just saying it wrong.
Brooklyn. How do you say it?
Schmozzle. Or am I saying it wrong now too?
Muzzle.
No,
No.
she's saying it right.
You're saying it right. Muzzle.
Mazel or muzzle?
Mazel.
Muzzle.
Muzzle. Oh.
Muzzle.
Muzzle.
Schmozzle top.
Shit show. Debauchery. Shenanigans.
Oh dear me. Okay, for Monday for Cujo. Got up to Harry's birthday party. Mum has just shown up before the timer went off, about to go and have a shower and ready for for people tonight. Well, I hope you're feeling better, Jess. And your headache goes away. Got to chapter 15 of The Secret Library by Kelkla Lagoon. Middle grade adventure. Awesome. I just finished the Ark Havoc. You've probably finished 3 books by now, Jamie.
She started early.
Yeah. To be fair, that was like 5 hours ago that she started it, so that's fair. And logged it for Escape a Readathon. Also hung up the laundry, trimmed the roses, and brought home food from the food pantry.
I think she brought the roses.
Oh, that you brought home from the food pantry. I'm just making shit up again. Don't worry about it. This is why I should not read comments. I'm falling into the trap.
When you were talking about what's your
yeah, I'm not falling into that. Yeah, no.
Smart gal.
Don't be side-eyeing me. I can see you, right?
Yeah, I just don't know what you're talking about.
When I asked you the question.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not.
She gets my phone. Oh, that question.
See how I don't even have to look at my children to make them nervous.
That's private information.
You'll let it slip one day. We all do. I suppose you're the secret keeper, or you think you're the secret keeper. Well, no, you think, and I've allowed you to think that. Just remember that.
I'm going to be honest, you don't know half the things I've done. I've done some pretty atrocious things.
You just never know what I know.
Because usually you complain to Savannah about it, and then Savannah tells me.
Jean wants to know if you've read Den of Vipers.
Nope.
That one.
And that's nearly how you spell my name.
Jean does voice to text, so we have to give her.
Yeah, so that's how it would have. How it would have done narrowly.
They done me dirty.
Yeah. Voice to text. Jean does voice to text. She says she's going to bed, then 2 hours later she's still there, and then does voice to text, and it gets very interesting as the day goes on, because I think that voice to text has a few drinks after work, after 5 o'clock, and it gets very interesting. Not Jean. Voice to text has a few drinks after work. Whipped cream or ice cream is okay sometimes. I don't know what this is about. Do not read Where Turkey.
This is about
That's the low top.
And then the ice cream, with books ruining foods.
I was going to mention this when Christina covered it. Do not read Where Turkey, though. That'll mess with the food.
I'm going to go to bed after the chatty bit. I have to be awake at 7 and online. We know that that's a lie. We're not even acknowledging that you're going to bed, Jane.
Let me just scroll down and see if.
And if so, good night. Have a good night's sleep. We'll talk to you soon.
My post office sucks. They are so mean and shady.
They are shady.
Thumbs down.
-5 rating.
-10 out of 10 would not go again.
Mm-hmm.
Can you review them on Google?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Do
and I'm gonna call them
0 stars.
numpties.
It looks like a Black Widow, but better because it overdoses you with venom. This is where your comments come back to bite you in the ass.
That was funny. That was no, because I'd watched a TikTok about this chick. She got bitten by a Black Widow. She was like freaking out.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna die." She calls the doctor, and they're like, "Well, if you can't breathe, then maybe call me back." And she's like, "Maybe? What do you mean?" And then, because she had heard about.
If you can't breathe, you're only going to be maybe ringing someone back.
Yeah. She had heard about redbacks and how people literally die, and she was like, "Oh, I'm literally just gonna die, and my children aren't gonna have a mother." And I was like, "Well, you're wrong, actually." As I come to find out, as she tells me, she's like, "Yeah, now I just have an infection in the pad of my finger, and that was it. It just microdoses me." And I was like, "Yeah, losers, can't even do that right." Can't even do spiders right.
If you raise a baby kangaroo, you could train it to be your devoted best buddy and guard you.
I have people for that. They have this weird thing that if they become friends with me, they don't have any other friends. They cut all their other friends off, and then they're just mine. And I was like, and then I get away from me kind of thing, because they just suffocate me. And I'm literally.
If you had a kangaroo, you could get rid of your friends when they get annoyed too.
Literally, I should actually. I was gonna get an emu or a camel. I was actually looking on Gumtree the other day at camels again.
We went around. When we were traveling, she was looking up on Gumtree to buy camels
They're
as
actually
we were
pretty
going
cheap.
through towns
Yeah.
when we were traveling to Uluru.
Yeah.
Like, where are we going to put a camel, Nerily?
In the backyard.
And then we came across a camel, didn't we?
Yeah, at the
Where were we?
somewhere. At a hotel, Shakespeare.
Blackall?
Huh?
Somewhere like that. I don't know. I can't
Somewhere
remember.
near Winton.
Yeah. And it tried to attack Savannah.
Yeah.
The baby camel really likes Savannah.
What was its name?
Can't remember.
It was Charlie.
Something like that.
Something weird.
It was weird. Yeah. It's not something you expect in a pub. Like you go into a pub and out the back they've got a baby camel.
Yeah, and they were so casual about it.
Yeah, it was like, oh yeah, we just got a baby camel out there. We're like, excuse me?
And they're like, yeah, I don't even remember how they got it, but they got it. And
The mother died.
oh,
Got
thank
hit by a
God.
car or something.
And
they
How did the camel die? Camels are very large things, not people.
Well,
so are
a
cars.
car going 110 kilometers an hour, because it's 110 out there, hits a camel. The people in the car are not going to come off good, and the camel's not going to come off it either. And the baby camel was probably off to the side of the road because
So
of the
did
noise.
they hit the camel?
No, it was a tourist that hit the camel.
Oh, thumbs down.
Yeah, no, and I don't think the tourists come off not great either.
Good. Don't
Yeah.
hit camels.
So, yeah, because that's a thing. Camels will run out like, along with everything else that tries to kill you here, camels will do it too.
Even rabbits. I ran over a rabbit in the Pulsar.
Rabbits are
was like-
suicidal, though. Okay, everywhere.
Yeah.
We have rabbits here too, and they don't just run across the road; they run out into the middle of the road and then watch you.
Yeah, there
coming.
was one
They
in the middle of the roadway.
and then have a shocked look on their face because they've been cleaned up.
I think they like they're sadistic or something, and they like the pain because otherwise they don't even stand where they'll get hit by a tire and die instantly. They stand where they hit, like you go over them and you
Just
hear
a
them
mild
like, roll
concussion.
through
They'll
the
hit your undercarriage
out the back.
as opposed to your actual tire.
Oh, you were dumb.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click off that. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. Didn't anyone other than hi about that? How much longer are you streaming? Okay, I did not read that properly, but anyway, we got to the end. We will be here for a couple more hours yet. We are trying to get to the end of the comments, and it's not working. So I'm going to go to a stream because we'll be here for another hour. Because we've already done it. Like, it's not like there's. Am I like? Oh, I
There's
suppose.
like 4.
You're pretty close. Go fast.
Hi, Mel. Hello,
Sorry.
hello. Fix my name. Dark Rose Gill. Nice name.
You are pretty close.
Yeah. I can't type tonight. That's okay. I'm used to it. You and Jean are like just. I swear you can spire before you come to a sprint. Let's see how many things we can throw out to Nicole, trip her up, and get it above.
Hurry before Rachel adds more shit to the bottom.
If Rachel starts adding shit, I'm not reading them, Rachel. Yeah, you only catch me out once with that shit. American honey is from Wild Turkey. I didn't think it was bourbon.
I
Jim
was
Beam.
thinking that because I think
Yeah.
Ruth used to drink it.
Yeah. I couldn't remember whether it was that. I knew it wasn't Jim Beam though. Thanks to Helen. Of course, I hope for the best. Like Mozzie. Shannon's here. Hey Shannon, how you going? How are the electric? Oh, it's electric slide now. I thought it was the electric boogaloo. And has she learnt the lyrics to Rasputin? Did Brooklyn, Neva, and Coda practice their pod interpretive dance? Sorry, this week. Yeah, they were doing it behind the scenes, and it looked fabulous. Shannon, absolutely fabulous.
I've had those down for months.
There's a book that was on the Women's Prize last year. It's Shannon's favourite book. It's called Pod, and it's from the perspective of a dolphin. Cue the dolphin noises, Coda.
I can't. Not today.
And
I
these
went to
these
the dolphin and it was coming out like a velociraptor.
or a cassowary,
Oh, I don't remember how they go.
like a velociraptor,
Oh, it is like a.
like a deeper. It's not as squawky as a raptor. It's all good. It's all good. No worries. Now I'm going through bio. Right. Sleep well. And we are at the last comment. Do not put any more comments, people. We just flew through those. Hi, Stevie. I forgot to say hello to you. I missed yours. Hello. How is everybody? We're all good. And we're going to a sprint before anybody. Have you decided on your wedding story yet?
No.
No.
We had this whole thing during my sprint yesterday about how I've got to like tell my celebrant stuff about Owen and I meeting and everything. So we were working out a way to come up with a story.
How
involved,
did you
like,
meet?
Yeah,
we met in back at school. It's really boring. That's why I wanted to come up with something funny.
So I was about to pull into a volcano, right? And then he comes charging up
Yeah, that's good.
the mountain, the volcano, and then he's like, "No!" And then he grabs me, and I don't die. And then
I don't die.
it was crazy. And then we've been together since.
And then the volcano erupted, so we had to pick you up and run down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he like fireman carried me away from the
Flew over the shoulder like a caveman.
just
Yeah.
chucked up
Hopped on
and
his
then booked
dinosaur.
it down the mountain. And then he bought me a cupcake. There you go. Wedding story.
All right, there you go. Just take notes if you need to. Just come back to this, and you can take those notes down, and then off you go. You can take that.
Make sure you do the.
Yeah, you got to do the actions as well. I thought we decided that a white van had to play a part in Brooklyn's story.
That can be my
He could
driver.
have chucked you
That
in
can
the
be where you
water.
get
Yeah, after he got off his dinosaur, he threw you in the white van.
He saves her from the white van. Maybe they both get kidnapped. But it's Owen that like halfway down the road is like, you know what? This doesn't feel right. I think this is an American white van. You guys.
And Brooklyn's like, no, we're having a great time.
The other night, Brooklyn was a little bit tipsy, and she put in the comments that she got into a van, and all the American people were freaking out because she was in a van because they instantly thought pedo van.
I was
and then I'm like, and I'm a casual as just going, yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, of course I was on sprints with your mom, and I was like, is Brooklyn getting kidnapped? And she's like, oh no, she's fine. And I was like, are you sure?
Like, it's fine. It's all good. I had your back, Brooklyn. It's all good.
Yeah.
I knew where you're at. You went in a pedo van. Anyway, we're going to go to a sprint. Let me just bring it all up, and we'll see you everybody in an hour. Let me just refresh that because we've been talking for a while. There we go. We'll see you in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. That was an interesting fact.
Well, I almost knocked my whole computer off the stool, so that's fine.
How did you go in that sprint?
So I started Air of Fire because I have pages I need to catch up on.
Mm-hmm.
We're technically like in day 2 and I haven't actually started it yet. So that's fine. I need to get to the top of 16. So that probably won't happen before tomorrow when I need to get to the top of 23, but that's fine.
Nothing like being chasing your tail, right? I narrowly went down and got me some lunch. We ordered it. Felt like a Subway. I didn't have any ham or anything here for sandwiches or fresh bread, so I'm like, just go and get me a Subway. I probably could have gone down and bought half a week's of groceries for lunch from that Subway, but I'm like, well, you get that. I'm not a very exciting fast food sort of person. I don't get anything really, unless it's absolutely like I know that I can eat it without getting headaches or stuff like that. So I had that, and I did get a Coke, which I don't normally get, but I felt like a Coke today. It'll probably take me 3 days to drink that 600 mils, but because I don't drink a lot of soft drink or anything either, so I don't know. I just don't do it. It's not because I don't want to, I just don't do it. So it's very interesting. I can read lips, but I'm not that good. But it's something about I'm almost finished my Thai tea.
I said I'm finishing my gallon of Thai tea.
Yeah. I tried to read your lips, but I couldn't. I usually can, but you know, when you've got a cup in front of it, it makes it a bit hard.
I'll bet it'll
And I vacuumed the floor out here, and I started listening to The Housemaid, which is book 3 off my KU, and ew.
I saw your comment in the thing and I laughed.
Thing was, I just got my Subway and I was on the second mouthful of it, and I'm like, ooh.
It's mostly because like that's like the least significant thing in the whole book. Like I didn't even remember that until you said something.
Well, it was significant for me because the simple fact is I had a Subway in my mouth and I was eating. I was like, ugh. Yeah, that's probably not good. Put that away, move that to the side. Type out my disgust because I thought you'd get a kick out of that. So yeah, like anyway, I got over it and I finished my Subway and I vacuumed the floor out here as well. So my studio, the stuff that I'm supposed to do on Monday is now done on Friday, which means that I could have a slower morning on Monday because I normally do that before sprints on Monday. So yeah, it's all in the planning. That means that I'll be able to read for 3 hours. Well, 2 hours and 45 minutes because it usually takes me 15 minutes.
I sponged my second book as well.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I've got to clip that for you as well.
The book is called Bigger Rock, but it's 4 books in one. Okay. So in my vlog clip, I explained that like I've been erasing them from the thing, like taking them off the wheel. But with this, because it's 4 books in one, I'm just gonna read one book at a time. Like instead of reading the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's fair.
Bigger Rock collection by Lauren Blakely, and the first one is called Big Rock. Like that's just what it's called.
Yeah.
I'm sure this is gonna be smut, bro, because like the 4 books. Are you ready?
Yeah, go.
Are Big Rock, Mr. O, Well Hung, and Full Package.
What's this called?
It's called Bigger Rock.
Bigger Cock?
No, Rock.
Oh.
Bigger Rock by Lauren Blakely.
Get your mind out of the gutter, you.
I might have said in my thing that it's by Lauren Asher. It's not. It's by Lauren Blakely, which she wrote.
Lauren Blakely writes good stuff.
She wrote the Pucked, book that I read. The one that was like the 2 hockey players and the girl. I read that one like last month. I can't remember what it's called.
But
right
anytime
now.
I hear someone talk about her, they don't really have a bad thing to say about her books.
Well, I really enjoyed the hockey romance I read that was by Lauren Blakely. So
yeah.
I'm trying to-
Make sure share it over in the Discord so this old lady can go back and
yeah, I'll take my picture and then I'll post it in there.
yeah. I've just been going into the sections where the book falls into and just having my comments in there. That just yeah, because there's quite a like I noticed that there's quite a few people that have the same books on their Kindle Unlimited, and it's not because they're listed with what they've got on it. It's just that that's what people are into, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah, that we all have very similar tastes. Excuse me. Oh, where are we up to? Here we go.
I didn't read that. That's
you didn't read?
No, I decided I needed to write that review for Rascal before
Okay, cool.
I get too tired. So I did that and got it posted. Now I'm just working on my Instagram post for it.
Cool. I added that to my wish list. It's on KU. I've got a wish list just for KU books that people recommend and all the rest of it. So once I clear this, then I'll go in and I'll go pick another 20, take out ones that I'm not really interested in because I'll see reviews whether it's good or not. Like anything that's on Kindle Unlimited that people that I watch all the time or have very similar reading tastes to me, if they give something a 2-star, I just take it off that wish list because I'm not going to waste my time.
And this one doesn't have great reviews so far, but I gave it 4.5 stars because.
But as you said, it may be that the target audience hasn't been hit yet.
I think that has a lot to do with it. I went ahead and put like the bottom of my review that I think people who like books like My Best Friend's Exorcism and Psycho Teenage Bloodbath or Psychic Teenage Bloodbath is what it's called. Sorry.
Yeah.
With some gay sex. These are your books.
Yeah. Well, that's cool because I really liked the Exorcism one. I haven't read the other one, but
it's wild.
Everything that you mentioned that was in it, it was like, I read that sort of stuff. So like I couldn't see why I wouldn't. And when I read the synopsis, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't see why I wouldn't read it on that. So and generally if it's like in my wheelhouse, like the stuff that I'll read and whatnot, like the themes in it are in my wheelhouse. I very rarely DNF because I enjoy those elements in books and stuff. So yeah. What makes you DNF a book, Neva? I don't think you've ever been real clear on that.
What makes me DNF a book? A lot of things can make me DNF a book. If I'm bored, like if I just find I'm not like absorbing anything from the book, I'll DNF it. Specifically with books that are like smut books, like this is specific to that. If like the smut in it, like if the spice is like really bad, like to the point that I just can't handle it, I'll DNF it. If I feel like there is like if you're trying to tell me that it like that these people are supposed to be like part of like the lifestyle, like BDSM, and then like it's obvious that you didn't do any kind of research at all. I don't mean like in that hockey romance where like she claims that they were kinky and then we just never got any kink. Like
that was just a non-event. That was a thought that she shouldn't have thought, like she shouldn't have verbalized.
Like, it should have just never been brought up. But I've definitely read books where like people are supposed to be like part of the lifestyle and then they're doing things that are like actually dangerous and unsafe, which sometimes I can get around that if it's like dark romance, right?
Yeah,
like,
you expect that though in dark romance. So
if it's supposed to be like where they're legitimately like part of the BDSM lifestyle, I'll DNF for that. If the book gives me like the ick factor, like if something about it just doesn't sit right with me, I will DNF it. I mean, really, I will DNF a book for anything. I don't really necessarily always have a reason.
Okay. What about you, Carter? When you do you DNF or do you just push through?
I've DNF'd one book. I DNF'd a book this year. but normally I just push through, or I'll soft DNF.
Mm-hmm.
Shared the
I
one
don't
that I DNF'd. It was a book I got out of the book bin. It was written by a guy who writes Doctor Who episodes.
Oh, yeah, I remember you talking about this one. Yeah.
I read the first 4 pages like 4 times, and I just couldn't wrap my head around.
And you watch Doctor Who, don't you?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
Do you think that it had an impact?
Who ask? It was like the main characters of the story were part of a computer monitor or something. Like they were icons and things on in a monitor, and I just I couldn't wrap my head, and I didn't care about whatever conversation they were having, and I tried it a few times, and after the 4th time having the same result, I was just like, this book isn't working for me, and I don't feel like I'm gonna want to try again. I've tried 4 times in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, like if you tried 4 times, it's done. So yeah, for me, it's hard because books are so expensive here. So if I purchase a book, I typically don't DNF it. Like it would have to be so atrocious because I don't generally judge writing and stuff like that. It'd have to be pretty choppy for me to not be able to read it. But for the most part, I don't DNF before 100 pages. And I think in all the time that I've been keeping track, I think I've only DNF'd 16 books all up, and I don't think I've DNF'd any this year. Like I've started some and soft DNF'd them, but I don't include that. I mean, a hard DNF where it's done, I'm not even going to pick it up. There was one. Oh, I can't even. There was one at the end of last year. I think it was. I had to have a wolf on the cover or something for it, and I was like so close to DNFing it, and I ended up pushing through to the 100 pages, and then it just took a turn, and it ended up being a really good book, and that's why and because our books are so expensive here, as you've seen. Oh, Savannah's here. Savannah's horn just tooted. And so it makes it harder for me to DNF because a lot of money's invested in it, and of course, you know, you don't get your money back, what you forked out for it and all that sort of stuff. Hey,
Hi, Mary. Yes, and if that's actually live, it's sort of on top of it. It's flipped up.
Yeah.
Not yet, but you know what I'm saying.
Another child has come in to interrupt. Do you want to just do like?
This is on theme.
Oh.
I'll come on the camera this time.
Oh, Savannah's coming on the camera. Are you ready? What? I know, right?
For me, with the DNFs, I'm prone to book slumps too. Like, and I know myself well enough to know that, like,
I think you're like that. I don't want you to try that.
I'm prone to a book
I
slump.
owe you that.
If I try to push through, I'll put myself into a slump.
Okay. Do you want to share?
Yeah, I'm the same way, but I'll soft DNF it. Like,
yeah.
I'll pick it up later when I'm in the mood for it, because usually when it comes to putting down a book, I'm pretty good about picking up books that I'm gonna like.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I know what I like now.
Right, so it's just a matter of finding the right time, and sometimes it's not the right time for a classic or or a non-fiction or whatever it might be, and so, or like I'll run out of time. Like last month, I ran out of time for Wild Love. I didn't have time to do Burned. I didn't start Burned, but I started Wild Love. I'm not DNFing it, but I'm not going to pick it up anytime soon. I'm going to do Horror Mayhem. I'm going to read Westerns in June. You know what I mean?
See,
and
I don't tend to soft DNF books. Either I'm going to read the book or I'm not. Like, the exception to this has been Haunting Adeline, to be honest. But usually, if I, for some reason, put a book down and don't pick it back up, I just won't pick it back up. Like, it's not getting picked back up. So it's been DNF'd.
That's Savannah.
Hi.
Hi, Savannah.
And Neva.
Yeah, I know who they are.
Yeah.
Hello.
She's She's super shy, so like actually having her on the camera is
Listen, every single time that you're on live, it's at the end of the weekend, so then my hair's not clean. So I'm like, I'm not going on there without my hair clean. But I washed it this morning, so it's clean.
Drink?
No, it's all good.
I washed my hair this morning too. Just so you know.
Cool. My hair is a different color when it's not clean.
Yeah, it's a lot darker.
That's mine.
The Savannah, the color of Savannah's hair is the color of her eyes.
That's cool.
It's a pain.
It's matching, match. You know, got to match everything up. So how are you?
I'm good.
You good?
Great.
Yeah.
No, I'm not actually, but you know why.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she got me a Mother's Day present. She got me the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens.
Cool.
And a book that she owed me, which I just spent my cash, so I'll have to get some more cash. And I got, I've been collecting these green books. They're the Treasury of World Masterpiece. So this one's O. Henry, and it's got a few. Oh, it's actually got a lot in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories in it. Yeah, and they've got the end papers. They're green. They're old looking. I've got the Bronte sisters. I've got Thomas Harding, Charles Dickens. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Charles Dickens, right? So this place,
Mm-hmm.
I went there because I knew that they had the Pickwick Papers in the posthumous.
Yep.
Right. But they sold it in, I don't know how, I think there's 16 volumes for $300. Unfortunately, I would have gotten it for you, but I don't have $300.
No. That's a lot of money. Cool bookmark for the shop. So yeah, cool.
You
And
can
how?
pull up that bottom comment before Savannah's here.
What dance move? You dance?
You danced?
I was going to go only when I'm naked, but that's not narrowly. I can't talk like that to Savannah. Savannah just looks at me and judges the fuck out of me when I say shit like that.
I judge you when you say a lot of things.
Yeah, she gives you the stink eye. Like she gives you the teacher eye. Like she looks at you like she's got a pair of glasses and she looks down her nose at you like the librarian.
I have beef with librarians. One specific librarian. She knows who she is. She will never see this, but she knows who she is.
And she got me some
Crunchy chili oil.
some chili oil. That looks violent.
It's not. It's actually really nice with eggs.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And sparkling water, white peach.
I'm addicted to it, so I decided to get you addicted to it too.
Thanks. Where I can't get it in King Roy. That's mean. Don't have a supply.
No, you can get it from Costco in the big.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for bringing that. I like my book too. Thank you. The writing's not too bad in this one. Oh, it's from the movie. Yeah. Cool. So, got all the pictures in it from the movie.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the book of the film because it's actually one of Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers is one of my favorite books of his. I haven't read too much. Like I haven't read all of his stuff, but this one, the Pickwick Papers, is so funny. the shit that they get up to and the commentary behind it and all the rest of it. And because it was like little snippets in a newspaper, there's just like little mini stories throughout the book, and it's like a 800-page book, but you don't feel like you're reading an 800-page book. So, yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
No problem.
I'll
I had to go through your entire YouTube to make sure that the Pickwick Papers was your favorite one and it wasn't Bleak House, because we had a conversation about Bleak House and I can't remember if you said you liked it or not.
I haven't read it yet.
You haven't read it. That's why I could remember it. But I was like,
So there you go. I don't even know where we're up to. So yeah, Shannon, she doesn't know anything about my dance moves. So yeah. Oh, that we're up to there. Denise made it.
You dance?
I don't think you started, but we were right where.
I'm here. It was about the white van was the last comment. So we're on to this one. Yeah. Denise made it to 2:27 and falling asleep, almost 1 a.m. So good night. Nicole also went off to sleep, and we lost to Brooklyn due to lack of internet. It's obviously sweeping slowly down the east seaboard. So I had no internet this morning. I had to get Dad to bring that over for me, and then the internet came back. So
yeah, that's the only reason I went to sleep this morning. I had no internet.
okay, it must have been down, was it?
I don't know. I have no internet.
Well, you've had internet since then because you sent me a message.
Yeah, but I was outside when I said
Oh,
that.
okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
They had internet in the house, but not in the shed.
Yeah, that's weird, hey. Good night. Has Coda ever considered making chewing No, he can make the chewing videos, not a problem, but not for me.
Yeah, sure. Stared you down through the camera.
I'm just gonna
Look,
sneak it
the
into
tech-
my cooking videos, Shannon, when I start doing it.
Did you hear what Savannah said?
I'll be like, and that's how you make pork green chili.
Ew.
Did you hear what Savannah said? Yeah,
Uh,
she'll stare you down. She'll stare you down through the camera and across the table.
Yeah, ASMR is illegal with Nicole. We know this. That's why it's.
It's not funny when you got stared at for the last 18 years whenever you made a
I've got all
chewing
kinds
sound.
of fun
Chew with
stuff.
your mouth closed. It's not that hard.
I do chew with my mouth closed.
You do now. You never used to.
Yeah, well.
Thanks, Mum. Stop it, Coda. I can hear it, Coda.
Maybe I'm just gonna hook up my microphone when Nimbus is really purring really hard. It's gonna be like
Purring I can deal with. Purring I can deal with. My cats sound like motorboats starting. They purr that loud. Just like through the house.
Vibrates the whole house.
Yeah, fully.
Not that's hard.
Rachel's gone off to bed. Good night. Good night to Rachel and take care. Alicat got 83% in the book and gaming as well. What game are you playing? Got 135 pages read in a blaze. Read about 70. No, got to page 135, 49% in blaze. Read about 70 pages. I did that totally arse about then. But anyway, read 4 chapters of The Last Olympian by Rick. Is it Royden?
Royden.
Yeah, Royden. So, they're such long chapters. Good to know.
I'm getting harassed again to read that. Not Nate this time. This time it's Liv.
Okay.
Because she wants to watch the TV show with us.
Okay.
And we're like, I'm not going to read it before you watch the TV show, so we may as well just watch the TV show. I've already seen the movie. And I've read the first book anyway. So.
And Savannah doesn't watch TV?
There's no, like, because we do movie nights.
Oh, okay.
Because it's the only way we really, like, see each other. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
I sit there and ignore the movie.
I was going to say, do you though? Like, do you watch it?
And talk with them.
And talk while they're watching it?
Yeah.
Nice.
They do it too.
Nice. One of those people.
We know I'm that person.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked it. And you talk through it? Yeah, because if you don't do it to them, why not? Because you did it to us.
Don't pick boring movies. Or any movies.
I was going to say, it wouldn't matter what movie was
Sit
on
there
there.
in silence.
I finished 6 chapters in my next NetGalley arc. Surprise, surprise, it's Jamie. On what? Book 15 for these sprints? We love you, Jamie. We're just giving you shtick. That's all right. In the Event of a Murder by Cynthia.
Coon?
I'm going to go with that. That's what I thought. Yeah?
Yeah.
We'll go with that. What Coda said. A cozy mystery set in small Colorado mountain town.
They're always violent. Colorado mountain towns. In books, they're always violent.
It's a cozy.
No, I swear to God, they're always violent in the books I read, but they're always the most violent ones.
That's what I'm finding out. It's a cozy. You do not read cozies.
No.
Like you're the queen of serial killer. Of course.
You're
they're
thinking like
violent.
The Shining.
I haven't read that yet. I really should get on that. I read like the first 3 chapters and then decided,
It's
no,
on my
this is
shelf.
boring.
It's on my shelf if you want to read
It
it.
is. It starts out boring. Just give it like 100 pages. It gets better.
Yeah, it
Okay.
gets
It
better.
does start
Yeah.
out boring.
King's a bit like that sometimes. His books start out, they're slow burn, but not romance.
Yeah, it'd be really odd if it was.
It takes a while to pick up, but that first part is really necessary for the character development and also for the overarching theme.
Yeah. I figured, but like
It's one of my. The Shining's one of my favorite King book. Carrie and Shining are my favorites.
You snaked
Shining
Harry
is-
copy out from under me. To be fair, I've done that to you before. So
I was going to say, how many books have you snaked out from my clutches when we've been
I
book
was
shopping?
just over here laughing at Savannah's comment because I'm in Colorado. I don't know if Savannah knew that.
I do know
No,
that.
She does know that, yeah. Yeah, I do talk about you behind your back. Hang on, let me just be behind your back.
Did you see that? Did you watch that meme I sent you?
No, not yet. I've seen them all come through, but I was eating lunch and listening to gross stuff in the housemaid.
Oh my goodness, you guys all need to go.
Is that the one you said that is gross? The
No,
lesbians?
That one's really funny too. But go watch the one.
That
With
last night. I
go
didn't
watch
send
the one with the sun and the moon.
No, I didn't watch that one yet. People laugh. But it has a cat on the cover. So there you go. Chatted with hubby, played a game, debated starting a new book. Instead, I started getting ready for bed. That's fair. I have started The Shadow Rising and Airfire. I'll fire. Maybe tomorrow.
I got you, Christine. I'll bug you in the morning.
Yeah. Hello. I learned how on the computer that you don't have to hold the button down on Voxer, so I can just sit at the computer and press my mouse and then it goes. It's in your settings. It's in your settings.
Is there a setting for that on the app too?
I couldn't find it on the app. I only found it on the.
It's
I was going to say I think you have to pay for it on the app. And I still need to get my KU books figured out. I'm so far behind. It's okay. You've got a month. I'm 13 books at the same time I'm currently reading. Oh my God. That's a lot. How many books do you have on the go at one time?
Usually one, unless I'm doing it for class, in which case I'll have the one that I actually want to read and then the ones that I'm reading for class during. When I took that YA literature course, I totally did not read the first book, but that's only because I had it memorized because it was The Goblet of Fire. So, don't really need to read that again.
No.
But when I was reading Love, Simon and Wonderland, I was reading them at the same time, as well as, what was it? It was Discovery Journeys or something. It was about animal migration.
Cool. So, yeah, I generally only have one book at like that I'm actively reading at a time, but I can have a couple of buddy reads on the go. So, like at the moment, I've got Harry Potter and The Housemaid on the go, but that will change tomorrow because that will be finished in 2 hours.
And then it'll be Harry Potter and Snow Shark.
Yeah.
Which Harry Potter are you on?
7.
It's the best one.
It is the best one. Neva's not reading it on camera very much because she cries.
Oh no, I wasn't on camera. I mean, I guess the internet can see.
Yeah, no, we're dead inside. Remember?
Oh,
yeah. Right.
I just don't need everybody at my job to see me crying. They see me crying enough as it is.
Yeah.
So
it's very.
And listen to Harry Potter.
17 times. Neva's read the entire series. She reads it every year.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. And there's certain things that trigger tears.
I think the only thing that really upsets me is when Fred dies.
It's a spoiler.
Oh. It's not a spoiler. It's been out for 20 years.
But for people that haven't read the book, it's a spoiler.
Whoops.
Yeah, my daughter's big on spoilers and not warning you.
Sorry.
Neva's just over there like.
We've spent how many hours on sprints and not had any spoilers. Neva's done so well, and then you come here, for 15 minutes later, boom, take that, bitches. I'm out.
If you're on the internet at all.
Yeah, no, we haven't looked it up. And yeah,
we don't generally go look up spoilers for what we're reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Sorry, apologies.
It's okay.
Not really, but anyway.
Sorry,
We
not sorry.
We have seen the movies.
Yeah, we have seen the movies. But for anybody else that's reading for the first time, sorry. Are you trying to figure out how to say something else without giving a spoiler?
No,
I just that's probably like a week and a half now.
Whatever happened to Fluffy?
Who?
Fluffy, the Cerebus from the first book.
The two-headed dog. We don't really ever know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like.
Yeah, the three-headed dog.
I feel like the three-headed dog just is still in that corridor, just hanging out.
Yeah, in that. Well, it wasn't even a corridor; it was a room, wasn't it?
Yeah,
in the room in the corridor.
Yeah.
I feel like he's just hanging out in there.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff just hanging out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because I just feel like once you put the 3-headed dog in that room, like, are you really gonna go in there and try to move it?
He's probably just chilling in there on the
With the
internet.
harp.
Spoilers.
You're initiated now. It's not a sprint until you fuck up. It's all good. That's all
but
good.
like, because you hear about Norbert or Norberta, the Norwegian Ridgeback again,
Yeah,
and the troll's dead
that's another spoiler.
in the first book.
Oh, in the first book, yeah.
In the first book, that's not a spoiler. We already passed that.
Spoiler.
We see the troll die in the first book.
Don't worry about it. I was thinking of a completely different character that came later on in the books, not in the first one. The troll is dead.
But you never hear about Fluffy again.
Yeah, true. That's
Probably because Fluffy just living his best
Until
life.
you brought it up, I wasn't even worried about it.
I was like, now I'm worried.
Now Coda's not going to be able to sleep until we work out what happened.
I'm sure
No,
she
I
does
still don't care.
the
Whatever, I'm a cat person. Fuck Fluffy.
Oh, dear
Just kidding.
me.
I'm sure he's fine and well fed and stuff. Nimbus doesn't care though, for the record.
Nimbus is his cat. Chris says, I don't have the option to DNF because I'm usually reading for reviews of a specific purpose. That's fair enough. Yeah, I don't DNF. Like, it'd have to be pretty darn bad for a NetGalley arc to be.
Listen, I've definitely DNF'd a NetGalley arc. I make myself read to 50% of NetGalley arcs, but I've definitely DNF'd one and then just written the review based off of the DNF. Like, I don't mark it as a DNF in NetGalley.
Yeah.
But so I'll write my review and explain why I DNF'd the book.
That's fair. I haven't come across one yet. I still just can't get over the thug that was like tiptoeing through the tulips.
I wanted to be.
I listened to an audiobook, an ARC, right?
Yeah.
Audiobook, and it was called Claw Mountain, and it was supposed to be a psychological paranormal horror.
Right, where was it set? The Netherlands?
No, it was set in like somewhere in the States in some bushy, like, I don't know, what's got like big red trees or something, like near the where?
Redwood Forest?
Something, I don't know, it was something like that. But anyway, it was in a town and all that sort of stuff. And they come across a white van. It was descriptive that it was a white van that had all $10 million, like a cube of cash. And these teenagers come across it. They were going to uncle's cabin or whatever. And basically they come across it. They, in all their wisdom, decided to take some money, and then there was a thug after them. The thug, right through the first half of the book, was really like how you would expect a thug to be, you know, like mafia style, angry, all that sort of stuff, really gruff sounding and all the rest of it.
Like Russian mafia or Italian mafia?
Italian mafia, yeah. There was no vodka involved. So anyway, well, Russian mafia are always offer vodka in shows and stuff. And so
Russian mafia are a lot more violent and a lot more obvious about it. Italian mafia are a little bit sneakier.
Yeah, true. Very true. So anyway, through the first half of the book, he was very gruff. He was very mafia feel, right? Okay. I don't know. So somewhere along the line between the middle of the book and when he caught up to the teenagers, he took some happy pills, and then he sounded like he was tiptoeing through the tulips.
Like he actually took something?
No. He just, the narrator just got real happy all of a sudden. So he went from being gruff, and it was like we changed narrators, but we didn't, because he still had the same pitch and stuff. But then he caught up with the teenagers, and the teenagers asking him all these questions. He's going to kill these teenagers, and she's asking all these questions, and he was very gleeful in his response. And I'm like, this doesn't make sense. It totally threw me out of the story.
Maybe he was excited to kill teenagers.
No, because the words that he was saying needed to be gruff, not happy. So like the dialogue wasn't matching with the narrator's voice. And it's Because like if I was a thug and I caught up with my target, but he didn't have the money back either, so you would want to instill the fear of God into the people that you've caught. You don't want to be tiptoeing through the tulips, so to speak, and
Wait, so this audio,
It was
book didn't actually change tone. The audio
audiobook
book
changed
okay.
tone. Yeah, that's what I said. I listened to a book.
Yeah, I didn't hear that part.
Okay, deaf.
Yeah.
Even though I'm right here.
Uh-huh.
You sort of get a feel of how our household is. We're very sarcastic. So if that offends anybody, I do love my daughter and I'll do anything. You touch her and you die. That's simple. But I can read. Did you just say lies? I don't love you. Did you ever think that I... Don't you be telling me how I feel. You don't know how I feel. Bitch.
Yep.
Nice. Decided to take the advice and relax, so I bought another year's of the Women's Prize long list. At this rate, I'll end up nearly every book that's ever been long listed on the prize. I'm getting all the short lists. I'm hoping to get them all in print. It's going to be a bit of a slog, but I'm going to try. Watched Doctor Who back in the day, but I've not watched any of the new ones. That's fair enough. I ain't doing anything either because things like if it's a book that I can't because you have to.
If it's book one, I can't.
Can't. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. That just doesn't look like a one. Book one. Fair enough. Fair enough. Book two could have middle book syndrome. This is true. Book three, the fun of book needs to know what's happening. So curious. Very curious about your books then. Wasn't there a biography of a fireman that you disliked last year? Oh yeah, I DNF'd that one. Was that last year or the year before? It was ridiculous. Like, I don't care how much coffee you drink while you're on the job. Just get to the point. There was a whole chapter on how much coffee she drinks at her job. Like, and also I felt disconnected from the book as well because it was set in the Californian hills of firefighting, and I feel like I needed to have some sort of like knowledge of the area because a lot of the stuff she was talking about didn't make any sense to me. And then, you had whole chapters about how much coffee she drank and how much of an ass her boss was. And
we really don't look that much alike, I swear.
What? What?
Nicole, you really copy and paste with your daughters. This is hilarious, aren't we?
Oh.
We do not look alike. Anyway,
we do a little bit.
No, me and Nerily. You and I, yeah, sure. Obviously.
You and Nerily definitely look alike. But you look more like your mom than Nerily does.
Oh, no, I don't. Pull my hair back and I'm a copy and paste of Dad.
That's what my husband looks like. With her hair down, she looks similar.
Walking around doing manly things and pulling cars out of mud and stuff. I haven't really got a good look at his face, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Dad. Except for my eyes, they're Mum's, but Dad.
They don't like it when they... I don't know how to take it when they go, no, I don't. It's like, am I that ugly that you don't want to look like me?
No, I don't look like Nerily. Nerily's ugly.
Yeah.
Not really, but anyway. She'll kill me if she is.
Good luck sleeping tonight, Savannah. She's probably heard you. We're up to. Does Savannah think her mother should do her hair into a what?
Is that like the French things that Marie Antoinette did?
What's a bouffant? Is it like
it's like
it's like
a beehive type thing?
Like think like Jackie Kennedy.
Yeah.
Oh no. Look up on your phone.
Or like old school Liz Taylor.
Like 1960s beehive.
Oh,
like,
yeah, okay. I don't
It's-
say celebrity names. I have no idea who any of them are.
Mm. She doesn't do TV or movies. It's falling on deaf ears. She'll just look at you like a deer in the headlights going, stop talking to me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
It also hasn't been a popular hairstyle since the 60s. So
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think.
I couldn't
Just
imagine
wanna-
Nicole with a bouffant. Like if Nicole showed up on Sprints one day with a bouffant, I would be like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
and what are you reading? Crazy.
Like twice.
And excuse me, ma'am, what drugs did you take this morning? You need to stop it.
What are you? What is happening?
She ma'ams everybody. You know how I missy everybody? Never ma'ams everybody.
We're like, did your hairstylist run off on you again?
Georgia would even make her appearance and go, what the hell were you thinking? Percy Jackson TV show is so good.
I've been told by many people, and they keep on telling me to watch it. I'm like, you're telling the wrong person.
Oh, cool. Playing I love I don't like playing with you a lot though.
Well, at least it's not violent like it got at school. I actually got punched in the face for that. I haven't let that go. I did get him back with an umbrella, but I still got punched in the face.
Salty much?
Yeah. And then I gave him the second book in a series that I also hadn't read. I keep on doing it. It's hilarious. That was also revenge for the cat.
Fair. Yes, Savannah, I think the same thing about Fluffy. He could totally come out again there.
Yeah. Like, or at the very least in the Triwizard tournament.
Well,
because it's when Norbert/Norberta comes back.
Good night, Sadia.
Good night, Sadia. Have a good night's sleep, and we'll see you next time. So if Fluffy hasn't come back into it, you think that they would have gone and got that dog and helped them?
Fluffy is living his best life in that room alone. No longer being bothered because he's not
in a school.
He's probably still chewing on troll bones from that troll.
Right, like he's not having to guard anything anymore. You know, he doesn't have little 12-year-old heathens breaking into the room trying to.
I respectfully disagree.
Save the world.
Or breaking in.
The breaking in would still be happening because they'd be like, "Oh, there's still a 3-headed dog in the corridor. Why don't we go see it?"
True.
They're children.
They're 12-year-olds, so
magic.
yeah. Yeah, and they've got magic as well. Like,
nobody's going down there to pet or feed him, so he's probably eating the curious ones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's feasible too. Deb loves the banter today, so funny and light. Thank you. We tried to keep it entertaining. To come back for After Dark ones. Woo, did they go off the rails?
We tried to stay light, but we're actually quite dark.
It starts out with, "Hey, how you going?" That's about as light as it gets in the After Dark events. Will you be looking for the women's prize books on your trip to London? Possibly. When are we going?
February. Also, I've made the executive decision to / Glasgow. There's nothing there.
Okay. So 26 or 27? Yeah, 26 or 27? 26. Okay, cool. I have.
Yeah, 26.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I graduate in 27. This is 6. I graduate in 26.
Okay.
So, and I don't want to go after my last prac and then before I start working.
Fair enough. Okay, so for all those people that were here last time when I said we were going in 2027, bring it forward a year to 2026 because obviously I wasn't listening. And then
if it was 2027 in February, I'd be at work.
Yeah, I know. And I possibly will look for some of the books. I'm actually going to send a list over to a friend of mine and see if they can't find so, because they always seem to find secondhand books in the stores, and maybe ask them if they could keep an eye out for some of the older ones, because I mean the list has been around for this is the 29th year, so some of those older ones might be a bit hard to find, but they might find them over there and then I can pick them up or post them back when I get over there. You both look like me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't care that I look like you.
You'll age well then.
That is true. Maybe all my friends will still think I'm 30.
Right.
They all think you're 30. I'm like, when do you think she had 4 kids?
I brought them with me from a past life.
I'm like, what sort of math are you doing?
Yeah. Gee, I started young. That's obviously a topic for after dark. I read a lot of fantasy, epic fantasy, and sci-fi, which is mainly series, and it follows a lot of why I can't DNF. Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I read a lot of fantasy too, but I will happily DNF. Just because
with fantasy, if I can't get into fantasy, like I always give fantasy 2 books. That if I cannot get into by the second book, I'm out.
Unless somebody, like how you said for Wheel of Time, like unless somebody comes to me and says like, hey, you've got like it's a 15 book series, you've got to give it till book 3 or 4, I'm only giving it 2 books. Like if you can't captivate me with the world building and stuff within 2 books, unless I've been told something different by someone who's read the entire series, it's not worth my time.
Yeah. See, there is a lot of world building in the first 2 books of Wheel of Time, and book 3 just like it. And if you ask anybody that's been here that's read book 3, they'll all say the same thing, like give it to book 3. And there's still a lot of stuff happening and all that sort of stuff as well. Carly Googled bouffant hair, and one of the images was 9-week-old. Really?
9-week-old fluffy bouffant hair because internet sensation. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was reading it, and I'm like, really? I'm just like a 9-week-old. How much?
So I think I've actually seen this, and that baby actually had like that was their natural hair.
Yeah, I think I know which one it is.
They were just like born with like a lot of hair.
Yeah, is that the black-haired baby, like the really dark brown-haired baby? Yeah, yeah. Christine has said goodnight for the 4th time now.
Gaze and movie on. Good night, Christina.
Finally going to bed. I'll see you next time. Such a treat to see Nicole with her 2 daughters. Yes, I've heard Nerily sat here for a session too, for a chatty bit.
Did she?
Yeah, gave a lot of cheek, had a bit of a rant
about what?
Post office ripping her off.
Oh my god.
It's okay. She said it very loud. You can say it loud too.
I have to go there soon.
I'm
to
sorry.
Send a package overseas, and every time I've gone there once to send a package overseas, but every single time it's been one.
The single time that you went.
Anyway, and I also can't work out how English, like how you address an English address on an envelope. I'm like,
it all goes underneath each other.
Yeah, it is just confusing. And then because Liv technically lives in Oxford, but not really, she's got a really weird postcode, and I'm like, just
show me the address and I'll write it down.
I've done it before. I'll work it out again.
Yeah, I send stuff to England all the time. So yeah, and thank you, Shannon. I'm glad that you've enjoyed seeing them. You may never see Savannah again.
Yeah, because my hair's usually not clean.
You may see an ear.
Occasional hand.
Occasional hand will come in, and occasionally you might see her looking dead in the car seat. Like, if you go and see, have a look at my latest video that went up, she's in that too. So yeah, you didn't look dead. I'd turn the camera off by that stage. You actually look animated.
Strange.
Oil of Ulan works wonders. Yes, that's what I use.
What?
Oil of Ulan is what I use. Oil of Olay, it's called now, but it used to be called Oil of Ulan for facial cream. That's what I use, Deb. So yeah. Anyway, on that note, now that we've got past the face cream portion of the sprint, we are going to our last sprint. Is 45 minutes okay?
I'm good for whatever.
Good for an hour at 45? What do you want?
Whatever.
Whatever.
Either way is good since it's the last one.
A little Shakira moment there. You're welcome.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh my God, Shakira.
Shakira.
All right. Well, I'll just leave it at an hour and we'll come back and we'll wrap up and all the things. And yeah. All right. We'll see you in an hour, everyone. Happy reading.
When it happened.
When did it happen? Hello, we're back. How are we?
What happened? When? What?
Just showing me if it is outside of it. I mean,
1991 Australian news segment video. It was more Christian than it
yeah. I was like 21 back then. I wasn't watching TV. I was busy doing other stuff, like dancing and thinking and doing all sorts of things. So, yeah. How'd we go during that sprint?
I finished getting all my posts up, so I posted the review of Rascal on everywhere.
Yep,
And
cool.
I put in the errors in the notes. And then I messaged him, since I can, on Goodreads, and let him know that it was up.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like,
Nice.
thanks. He's working on 3 more books, and he'll let me know when he has a new one. I was like, cool, because
Cool.
I'll read them.
So he's in Thailand, you said?
Yeah, I think I'm just assuming this, that he's from the UK.
Okay, yep.
Because his writing takes place, like his stories take place in the UK, and he uses Brit English, so
yeah.
But he lives in Thailand, yeah.
Yeah, because it's really cheap to live in Thailand.
Oh. He said it's really hot. He said it's hot as fuck.
It's very humid there too. Yeah, a lot of people. There's quite a number of YouTubers too that live in Thailand because it's a lot cheaper to live there.
Huh.
It's also closer to me too. Suddenly there's a mass exodus out of the United States to Thailand. But I don't think they.
What's my favorite food? And what's my favorite food?
Yeah, there's a few things that you probably have to give up to live there, though.
Ah, don't they grow it?
Yeah, but they don't appreciate it.
Damn it.
Yeah, they have lots of
Good thing I'm making friends.
Yeah, somehow they don't make friends. I'm pretty sure that one of the books on the Women's Prize for Nonfiction, I think it was on the long list. I'm not sure it made the short list, but it was about some of the policies that Thailand had revolving around certain social issues and all the rest of it, and how they dealt with it. Yeah. And I remember when Savannah, about 20 years ago, I was either pregnant or it was just after I had Savannah, that there was one of the governments passed a law that any like drug addict or anything like that were basically shot, even on the street, like they could shoot them. And I mean, I don't know how true that is with, fake news and all the rest of it, but there was a law passed that the police had right away to do that because they had such a big problem over there. I guess that's one way to solve it, but probably not human rights wise. It's not really a great way to solve it, but it was but one of the, I'm pretty sure that was that. I can't even think. I'll find the name of it, but that's what it. Jem from Jem in the Books read it and was talking about it. And it'll be interesting to read that to see if the news was correct or not. So yeah.
Did Chris read it? Does Chris do the
Chris, too? I think Chris is working their way through the non-fiction long list. I'm not 100% sure. Chris is still here, so they'll be able to answer. Now this was for you, Neva. I couldn't remember whether you. I remember something you said about The Help.
I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
So The Help, like when I read it, like when it came out, was like one of my favorite books. And then I reread it last year for Amazing Readathon.
Yeah.
And I ended up DNFing it.
And why did you DNF it?
It doesn't age well, but it's a pretty classic case of a white woman trying to write a black story.
Okay.
and it's
am I thinking of the right one? The Help was a movie, wasn't it? Where it was about.
Yeah, in my opinion, just go watch the movie. Like I wouldn't
Okay.
even read. I wouldn't even like if you've never read the book. I wouldn't.
Yeah. I just
Like
said it
the
was
movie was done.
listed for the Women's Prize for Fiction back in the day. And I want to be a completionist, but I'm not sure if the book is for me.
I
Is
don't
what Chris
think
is
the book
saying.
is really for anyone. To be,
Mm-hmm.
I mean the movie was done really well, but there like Octavia Butler and a couple of the other people, like the other Black actors that were in that movie were like executive producers, so like they had some say over like what how it was portrayed.
Yeah.
And so like, the book they use the N-word in it, and it's a white character that says it. And I listened to the audiobook for my reread because I think the prompt was something to do with it being audio. Like I think that's what the whole thing. And I was like, oh well, this was on my list as a reread. Because last year I never finished it, but I had started a project where I was like going to reread books like from my childhood, early 20s, whatever, and that was one of the books that was on the list.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can't tell you not to read it, but I also like don't recommend it to anyone.
That's fair. No, I wasn't. When I seen the question pop up while we were on Sprints, I'm like, I can't remember what it was about the book that you said, and I knew that we'd talked about it, like you had mentioned it in Sprints before. I've never read the book, and I started watching the movie, and for some reason I never finished watching the movie, and now I can't get it because it's on a different streaming service than I have. So
the movie is really good. I rewatch the movie all the time.
Well, when I seen of the movie, I thought it was going to be good, but like kids and activities and all that sort of shit gets in the way of anything that I want to do. So back then it did, not now. Oh, I'm glad you're very thankful for it.
I didn't.
No.
Well, me.
I'll probably
it was
read
Red
it eventually, but just because I liked the movie and I own the book and haven't read it. But I'm also a completionist, Chris.
Yeah. See, if you for me, if you're a completionist, then you're going to want to read that, but you're going to read that book because you won't be able to not read that book because you know that all the Women's Prize long list stuff is not there, or you haven't read it. So
maybe do your eyeballs instead of your earballs.
I mean, I even tried picking it back up as as a read with my eyes, and I couldn't really get past it. I mean, I understand that it's technically historical fiction, so yes, there was racism in the 1950s, but the way that the racism is portrayed is
sometimes racism is portrayed so god awful in books that just
this stereotypical Southern white person racism. It's relatively painful to read or to listen to. It really comes off as a white author trying to write a Black person's experience. That's what.
Who is the author of it?
I don't fucking remember. Hold on, I'll look. It's a white woman. I know that.
I just was wondering who the actual author was, regardless of whether they're what.
Is the
okay? Never mind.
Yeah, it's this. Here you go. Exactly. And she writes chapters from some of the help, right? The Black women's point of views. She writes chapters from I think 2 of them. Okay. So she writes chapters from 2 of the Black women that are maids. They are the help. And then she writes from the point of view of, I think she's 22 in the book, but the 22-year-old white girl she's trying to become a journalist or whatever, and it definitely comes off as white woman savior. It's relatively painful to read.
So why I'm just curious because you said it was your favorite book when you were younger. What made it your favorite book when you were I understand why you don't like it now, but what was it about it the first time you read it that made you really like it?
I mean, to be honest, it came out in 2012, so I would have been 20.
Okay. Yep.
And at 20 years old, I was relatively ignorant still.
Okay. Fair.
World.
That's fair.
And I mean, I was raised by white people, so
Mhm.
my view of like I had dealt with some racism by then, but not enough, I think, for my view of the world to be skewed in any kind of a way.
Okay. That's fair.
But as a 32-year-old Black woman who has dealt with, I mean, especially with kids that, because all my kids except my second son are very light skinned. Like they're all pretty passing, which has not caused issues for them, but it's caused issues for me. I mean, that's not their fault. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, when you weigh up the nastiness of the world, it's no one should ever have to deal with that. But if you had to choose, I would choose myself over my children experiencing the nastiness of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather it was me that dealt with it and not kids. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think because even like The Hate You Give, I read that when I was younger too, and it hit me differently as an adult, like as a full grown like adult, because I reread it a couple years ago, maybe 2022.
Okay, yep.
Because I reread it because my sister wanted to watch the movie, so we watched the movie, and then I was like, I don't remember like certain things happening in the book. They did, but like they helped a little different because it's a movie. And it like spurred a conversation like with one of my brothers about mom didn't give him that speech, and I was like, that's because you're white. Like I don't know what to tell you. And so I reread the book, and even as like an adult rereading The Hate You Give, it hit differently at 30 than it did at 22, I think was the last time I read it. So.
Okay. Yeah. Different. Yeah. I haven't heard of that book either, or that show. So
The Hate You Give. So it's so the letters, like the first letter of each word spells out thug because they write U as just the letter U. It's just about like the Black experience. So the dad is like an ex-gang member, and he sits his kids down every morning and talks to them about what they should do if a cop stops them. Like if they're in a car and a cop stops them, like lift your hands up immediately, don't rifle through things, like that kind of thing. And it's just the daughter goes to a predominantly white school, so she always has her hair done like in braids, like she doesn't wear it naturally, so as to appease like these rich people at this school. And it's just like her experience of dealing with it and kind of dealing with at home. She's in a predominantly Black neighborhood that's poor, and at school she's with like rich white kids all the time. We see her like navigate like dating because she ends up like dating a kid from her school that's a white boy, and she like brings him home. His dad thinks, or her dad thinks, that he's like a taxi driver, so he tries to like pay him the taxi, and it's a pretty, like it's a really good movie. Like if you want
I'll have to look it up.
The book is really good too. So
cool. I'll have to look it up. So out of the two books, like, did you say that you said you had a different experience with The Hate You Give? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But The Hate You Give, I believe, by a Black woman. Yeah.
So did you like it more or less from the first read to the second?
I liked it more, but it was more traumatizing, I think.
Okay, cool. Fair.
I think because I mean, I like, I'll be the first to admit, like I like growing up, like I was really ignorant. Like I grew up here, like where I live, right? So I mean, I live in a college town, so like there are like, you see Black people. It's not like it's just white people everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think because I grew up in such small towns, like everybody just knew everybody else. So you kind of knew like the people or the families or whatever to like avoid that were like racist or whatever. I mean, the first time I got called the N-word was in a 7th grade reading class. So that was a cool experience.
Sounds the person sounds like a real charmer.
I mean, that guy, I know for like I know for a fact like he's been like in and out of prison our entire adult life, so that's cool.
Yeah. He sounds like a winner.
But like I feel like I knew like inherently, like even now, like I know that there are like I have family members that are racist. Which is what it is. They've all grown a lot like in the years, you know what I mean? I think mostly because like for the 10 years that I didn't live here, like I kind of excommunicated myself from the family and then like only to certain people, and then people got their feelings hurt about like I used to be your favorite insert family member here. And I'm like, yeah, but then like I grew up and realized that you're a terrible person. And they've all like done their inner work or whatever. You know what I mean? I guess. But like I think when you're like like when you're in the bubble, like you don't like you just assume that it's normal, right? So it took me like moving away and like being like the time that I was in Florida was like a hard time. Like, don't get me wrong. But it's more diverse there, right? So like it opened my eyes to like other things, which helped me to grow as a person and then be like, oh, maybe this is not like some of this stuff is not like as normal. You know. But if you're in the bubble, it feels normal because that's all that you know.
Yeah, well, if that's all you know, that's all you know, right?
Right. So yeah, so I wouldn't tell you not to read it, especially if you're a completionist. Like I get like the pull to it, but it's not a book that like I recommend.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. So you've got like I don't own it, and as I said, I only watched I think maybe 45 minutes of the movie. That maybe not even that much of the movie. And I've never.
At least one Black lady thought it was very accurate to the Black experience because she tried to sue the author for stealing her life and putting it on the page.
I'm not saying that it's not. Here's the thing: I'm not saying that it's not accurate.
I just thought that was funny because I was looking at Vicky and I was like,
"I'm just saying,
what's this?"
I'm just saying that it shouldn't have been written by a white person. That's all I'm saying. Because it was written like in the way that it's written, like because I was like listening to it and I was like trying to like ignore certain things at first. The N-word just put over the top because I was like, no white person should be writing that word into a book. Like you could like use Negro or something, like something a different word that was still accurate to the time period, right?
So when was this book written?
Doesn't offend.
It was published in 2012.
The whole idea is
By that stage, you know that there are different words to use. I thought like I wasn't even sure when it was first published.
I actually went and looked, or it was either 2012 or 2009. It was something like that. But I bought it in 2000.
But either still. Yeah.
But like I feel like because I went and I looked because I was like, okay, well I know I bought this after I graduated high school, but that doesn't mean that's when it was bought. Like when it was published. I mean, but it was in the late 2000s that this book was published.
Yeah,
so like you could have done some research and found a different word to use.
Well, that's not only that, by that stage, everybody knew that word is not an appropriate word.
Yeah, and I just feel
I have to read it to be able to join the conversation.
I'm just asking questions because I've never read it.
I'm just saying I don't.
I understand.
As far as my opinion goes, I haven't read the book, so I don't think it'd be fair to say too much. But for other books, I feel like when that word is used, it's used as for character development, and you're supposed to hate that character because they're a bad person.
But I don't like it. But my thing is that I don't feel that it's appropriate for any other books that I have read that also have that book have that word in it that are written by a white person have also DNF'd because at the end of the day, you can use a different word and have the same impact.
Yeah,
without using that word. And I understand that maybe it's a double standard of like in like because I think that word may have been used in The Color Purple, which is written by a black person.
It was also used in Kindred as well.
But almost always it's not used as character development, it's used because that's part of their life experience. That word is not part of a white person's life experience.
Mm.
It is if they're a white person who's been around a white person who's racist and they're trying to make a point about it being wrong. I don't think the help was written.
That's different than it being part of your life
I haven't read it, but I don't think the help, honestly, I don't think the help was written for a black audience. I think it was written to teach white people that they're pieces of shit and that they need to chill out.
Except that I talked to other white people that read this book and they had the same viewpoints that I did on it.
Mm-hmm.
I get what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I know there's some people who don't like to see certain words in books, and then there's other people who can kind of separate it from.
It's very white saviory. It's very let me write this book to try to change the world, but also write like she writes from two different black characters' perspectives, which is a problem. Like unless you've done extensive research, which I don't believe that this person did from the way that this book is written, you should not be, first of all, in my opinion, most of the time, white people should not be writing BIPOC experiences because you don't know them at all.
You could say the same thing about men writing from a woman's perspective or women writing from a man's perspective or straight people writing about gay people. I don't like when people write about gay people either. You know what I mean? I'm just saying you could say the same thing about all different factions.
And I've said that about a lot of other books too. But this book came off as a white woman trying to change the world by writing a black person's experience and thinking that she knew something. But then when you write the N-word in and have it that word is used in the white character's perspective, and you have a white narrator saying that word, that bothers me because it wasn't used for character development. It was written in there one time, and it was used by like the head journalist guy at the newspaper that this girl was trying to get. Like there was no reason for this word to be in there because that same character used the word Negro more than one time, so there was no reason for him to use that word too.
Yeah,
because Negro can have the same impact depending on the context of how it's being used.
Yeah, it can definitely be used as a derogatory term.
I'm not disputing what you're saying at all. And I haven't read the book, so.
I haven't either. I was just asking questions. I have no idea where we're up to. I think this is where we're up to. Yes, we are. Because we jumped around a bit in the comments. So good morning to Olivia. Thank you for joining. Althea did no reading. I finished editing one weekly wrap up. I gonna let my brain rest for a bit. That makes sense. It's probably pretty late where you are too, or very early, depending on your perspective. And then do finally watch. Start again, and then do a finally watch later in the morning. Yeah, and post it later today. That's fair. I do that sometimes. I find I start to fall asleep when I've got to listen to it the second time through. I start nodding off at my. This chick, just shut up and get on with it. And I'm just like, yeah, I need to go to sleep now. I'm done. Got to chapter 18, The Secret Library. Thank you, Nicole, Neva, and Coda for hosting. See you on Sunday, Glenda. See Neva and both on Saturday sprints on Neva's channel. Yeah, I'm sleeping when they're sprinting. And believe me, you do not want to see this first thing in the morning. There's some scary shit right there. And hair everywhere. It's not a pretty picture. And if you think I can't read now, it's not happening first thing in the morning. I'll sit there and nod a bit. If you've been to any of the 24-hour sprints, you know how incoherent I am. If Neva and I do back to back, that is the most productive part of the 24-hour sprints. Is the first 8 hours. Because neither one of us are very
One of us actually awake, so we have nothing to say.
We're just like, yeah, we're going to sprint now, and then go to sleep. That's what it feels like. And usually I think it's usually by the 3-hour mark, that's when I'm starting to wake up and it gets a little bit more lively. Other than that, don't expect anything. The help, yeah, we've read that one. We're here now. Got to page 189 in my arc, so I finished this one before bedtime. I swear, Jamie, you're a fiend. You're an absolute fiend for reading. Got a bunch more NetGalley arcs approved this week, so I'm focusing on them nearly exclusively this weekend. I think, didn't you get 9 at the beginning of the week or something? Thanks for the stream. Nowadays, white authors don't write about BIPOC characters; they just pretend to be BIPOC to get published. So, I mean, it's a funny your comment that is there, but it's not funny that they do that. Not at all.
Yeah. We were just talking about that the other day with what was the book?
What was the book you were talking about, Neva, the other day, or the author that you were talking about that did this?
Her name is. It started with like an F, but yeah. She's to be like Latinx. Yeah,
that's right. That's just ridiculous. So The Help is a book. So The Help is a book version.
The Blind Side is its own shitty book.
The Blind Side is an actual book, which it's come out actually in the last like year that the story that was written in that is not true. Because like Sandra Bullock was getting like hate mail and like death threats for making the movie. Like she had any idea that the story is bullshit. But anyway, but no, The Blind Side was a book before.
If no one else knew that it was bullshit, how was Sandra Bullock supposed to know it's bullshit?
That's what I'm saying. Like the woman just got cast.
Like she's just doing a job, man. Like,
come on. Anyway,
she was sent a script. She said yes. She went for the audition. She was cast. Evidently, did no research, but obviously other people didn't either.
No, but that's the thing is that everybody that was cast for it, like because here's the thing, I read The Blind Side when it came out. And, everybody thought that it was this wonderful story, whatever. Okay. And I love Sandra Bullock movies. So, like, I watched The Blind Side. And, I don't enjoy it now. But, like, when I watched it, I enjoyed it because I love Sandra Bullock. Like, you know what I'm saying? The problem is, like, the whole cast apparently read this book because they had to in order to portray the characters that they were cast as. Like, you can't just, like, go into something that's based on a book and, like, not read the book. Like, I mean, I guess you could, but like that would be stupid. And
how
like,
good is your performance going to be?
There were cast photos of them like holding the book, reading the book, like marking the book up, like whatever. But it's come out like in the last like year or so that the actual black man that was like supposed like that was like adopted by his family or whatever, he's come out and spoken out and said that what the lady, whatever the fuck her name is, claims is not actually what happened. And he's come out and like spoken out against it and said that the reason that he didn't speak out before now is because first of all, he didn't think anybody would believe him. And also like that family is like well-to-do anyway. So he was afraid of like backlash and stuff from that.
Again, not seen the movie nor read the book.
Now that is savior complex in real life.
So I have got no fucking idea. It's probably the only Sandra Bullock movie that I haven't seen because I think I've pretty much watched her entire catalog because I love Sandra Bullock. I love me some Sandra. She's
I love Sandra Bullock. She's a great actress. But also, like, how do you expect Sandra Bullock to know that this lady's story wasn't true when, like, no one else knew that this lady's story was bullshit either?
Well, and it's happened before. Like, there's, what's that? I don't remember who wrote it. Something Frey, maybe. And it's that book called A Million Little Pieces. And it's supposed to be a true story about this guy's experience with, like, drugs and recovery, I think. I don't know. I haven't read the synopsis. But that came out that it was all fiction, too. You know what I did?
Well, the thing is
I
like
moved it from the nonfiction section of my library to the fiction section.
So her story isn't fiction. She just lied about the way that shit actually happened.
Yeah.
Like she
right. I feel what you're saying.
Yeah,
Mm. Mm.
like they said that like they
I'm just
adopted him.
saying,
They
people
took
get
him
away
in.
with that kind of shit, though.
Yeah, they like set him up, like set him up for life and all that stuff. And he's come out and said that like basically he like was poor, like super poor. Like yes, they like took him in and like helped him get like a scholarship or whatever for football, but like ultimately like they didn't really help him as much as they claimed that they did. So like it's a nonfiction of nonsense.
It's a fiction with some true facts and some not so true facts.
Right, like he's come out
So
and said some
it's
of
not
the things
based on a true story. It's inspired by.
Inspired by
Right.
true story.
Like,
That was the word I was looking for.
and she said that like
I've
some
gone
of the
from
stuff,
using indicative and skeletal. It's skeletal to even knowing what.
but
inspired.
a lot of it, she made it look like they were doing way more for him than they actually were.
Yeah. I was just saying to Savannah during this last sprint that I miss her so much because I can use all my big words and you know have a conversation and you throw in words here and there and whatnot without people looking at me as if I'm a weirdo, i.e. narrowly. Looks at tells me stop making up words. But yeah, I have not read or seen this.
I mean, the movie was good in my opinion.
I'm intrigued.
I like Sandra Bullock though. So
now, Chris, these be fighting words.
I mean, I like Sandra Bullock like
Speed's
as an
not
actor.
lightweight.
I was going to say speed had me on the edge of my seat. I do like my movies to be entertaining and not all doom and gloom like the books that we read. But yeah.
I like Sandy because she's funny and she's gorgeous.
She is. James Fry is an interesting story. He submitted it as fiction at first, but no one would publish it. That man got roasted. Wow.
That's the guy who wrote the A Million Little Pieces book.
I'm not trying to be funny, dude, but if your book won't get published, then you might as well just self-publish it instead of lying and saying that it's true. That's just stupid. I'm sorry.
Publishing was a thing. So.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking too. Like that is so true, Neva. Like, because the thing is, there are so many avenues to get a book published these days. You don't have to rely on the big publishing houses, and even indie authors can submit books to NetGalley.
Exactly. If you can't get published, publish your own book, put it on NetGalley, and I'll tell you what's wrong with that.
Yeah. In a 15-page essay for the review and a 700-page correction document.
I just feel like it's so stupid to be like, oh, this is really a fiction or a fiction book, but I'm gonna claim that it's nonfiction just so you'll publish my book. Also, can we just talk about this just for one moment? I just need to talk about this just for one moment, okay? I need people to stop making Colleen Hoover movies, like books, into movies.
Oh, I see parodies getting made into a movie.
I'm so annoyed right now. First of all, I had a hard enough time reading it in a book. I don't want to see Verity in a movie.
Well, okay, I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to have to disagree with you. I am there for the trash on the screen. I'm there for the trash on the screen.
Here's the thing. Colleen Hoover, if you need to know, Colleen Hoover already has a few movies or a few books that have been made into movies. So one of her books. We don't care about those ones. So one of her, but listen, her books. This is why I'm saying like we need to stop making her books into movies, because Confess was made into a movie and I watched it. And the reason I watched it is because I don't know if anyone remembers this show from before when Freeform was ABC Family still. There was a show on there called Switched at Birth about a deaf girl and a hearing girl that were legitimately they were switched at birth. And so the hearing girl ended up the hearing girl was like with this one family, whatever. And like when they were teenagers and like they had grown up or whatever, they like found each other. Anyway, it's a whole movie or a whole show. I loved that show when it was on. Okay. So the chick, I think her name is like in Switched at Birth, her character name was Daphne. I don't remember what her actual like name is, like the actress's name. But the chick that played Daphne, which was the deaf girl, right? She played the main female character in Confess. So I was like, I'm gonna watch this because I love her like as an actress. This movie was awful, bro. And I read Confess, and I did like enjoy it for what it is. It's trash, but like I enjoyed it for what it was. I gave it 5 stars back in 2021 or whatever the fuck I read that, because back then I read trash, and that's fine and great, but I need people to stop, because like the stills that I'm seeing from It Ends With Us, absolutely not. I don't know who thought that is what, I don't know who got their description of Lily Bloom for the movie, but it's incorrect.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't know that I care to watch the horrors that are Verity in a movie.
Oh, I'm there for the trash.
Like, please just stop doing this. Like, please just.
It's gonna be on MGM. I'm here for it.
I promise you, if they make, what is that one that was traumatizing for us? What is that one? Reminders of Him. If they make that into a movie, I'm boycotting.
Oh, I'll be. You know what? I'll probably still watch it just to traumatize myself. Like that one just wrecked me. Like, but to be fair, like that storyline could have been my life. Like the grandparents had the grandchild.
Listen, that
mother
storyline
comes
also
back,
could have been
and
my life.
Mia and her mother just got put together, and I read that book. Yeah, no, I do not recommend that.
Here's the thing. That story could have also been my life, but from the viewpoint of the actual main character. So, like, I get it. Like, it also upset me. But just stop. Okay? We can make way better books into movies. Just stop it.
Well, I heard that it ends with but They Call Me Knight, the Nina Knight assassin series that I found on KU when I first did this challenge. It's a thriller series that has been picked up. That's been optioned. I hope that's been optioned because I'll be there for that too.
Yeah.
Just
also, Chris, to answer your question, it's not being made into films, it's being made into a TV show. And
yeah, that was what I was gonna. I'm like, did I hear that wrong? I thought it was getting made into a TV show. Yeah,
TV show by A24, and honestly, I'm here for it. I need to read book 3, but here's the thing. Okay, I was wrecked after book 1, as we know. Daisy Hates. It did elicit feelings, but it didn't hit me. I don't know. I didn't like.
Is it Daisy Hates essentially the first book, but from Daisy's point of view?
Right. So like the timelines are the same.
Same, yeah. So like it's obviously
like there were scenes from Daisy, like in Daisy Hates, that we already saw in Magnolia Parks.
Yeah. So it's probably that is not gonna affect you as much because you've already gone through the emotions of it, so you're prepared.
Not really, because the stuff that elicited feelings for me was stuff we didn't see in Magnolia Parks.
Okay, yeah. Fair.
And even the scenes that were technically already in Magnolia Parks, we're seeing them from a whole different point of view. So some of those scenes actually affected me differently because I was not like in a different point of view. But here's the thing: I didn't really relate. I didn't really relate to Daisy the way that I related to Magnolia. So like I didn't relate to the Daisy Christian storyline the same way. I don't know what this is about me as a person. The way that I did with the BJ and Magnolia storyline, which we've already unpacked this, Nicole and I. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Unpacked this for me, which is just great. I did tell him about that too, and he laughed. And I was like, I mean, we're not like as toxic as they are, but like also,
I don't think you two are toxic at all. Like
you were that toxic once upon a time.
Yeah, but that was once upon a time. Now we're in the happily ever after.
I'm like the happily, yeah. But here's the thing.
Everybody has toxic shit in there once upon a time.
I am really scared because I know for a fact that from talking to Rainey and Kelsey, I think has read all except the last book, and Rainey's on the second Magnolia Parks book. She's read the first 2, so Magnolia Parks and Daisy.
Yeah, well, she made a comment and she's gone because it was wrecking her, so I don't know what happened.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I know, like, Kelsey doesn't really cry at books, right? So, but they've both told me, like, you think that you were wrecked with the first book. you're really gonna be wrecked with this one because like I'm a crybaby, right?
Mhm.
And so I need to find a time where I can really give myself like as long as I need to read Magnolia Park Long Way Home.
I'm thinking that this will be when Ari goes to Grandma's house.
It might be because I need to be able, because I know me and I'm gonna need like at least like 2 weeks to read this book,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna need to like really sit with it. And I have all of them on audio, but I'm not gonna do the audio for my first read. I'm gonna read this one like I read the other two, which Daisy Hates, technically I did half and half, but I didn't relate to Daisy as much as I did Magnolia. But Magnolia Park I read from start to finish when it was on KU actually, on my Kindle. And so I'm going to do that with the rest of the books as well, where I don't read the audiobook for my first read.
Yeah, that's fair enough. See, I don't mind either way because 95% of the time when I sit down to read a book for the first time, I do it immersively reading it anyway because I get more out of it that way.
I feel like this would be a porn, though. Like, would this be an actual movie?
I mean, I'm down to watch a porn with Taylor Lautner in it.
I mean, I could be swayed.
I mean, me too, honestly. I don't know how Taylor Lautner's wife, Kay Lautner, would feel about that, but
I doubt whether I'll get laid, but I could be swayed to watch it. Does Neva think her pucking around books would make good movies? Pornos, maybe?
Here's the thing. They'd have to be like NC-17 for sure. There's just too much like kinkiness in them for them. Like you'd either have to cut out like most of the like really good like sex scenes.
So essentially what she's saying is the 800-page or 700-page book that it is right now would be cut down to a 200-page book.
And all the best parts would be taken out.
And all the best parts would be taken out.
Yeah, because like there's a lot.
Essentially, it will be a Les Mis. It will be a Les Mis.
It would, because like between like, here's the thing, between all of the like straight sex that happens, right, between like Rachel and each of the guys.
Because this is a white choose, isn't it?
It's a polyamorous.
A polyamorous, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I lose track with all the books you read.
Polyamorous. And then there's also like gay sex between Jake and Caleb, right? And then there's like group sex scenes with all four of them. So like I feel like you'd have to like cut out like a lot of sex. Now I want to do a reread of these books. I am going to be doing one, but I'm just saying like you'd have to cut out so much.
You will be happy to know, my friend, that they are gracing the shelves of my Kindle.
Good. But also I'm going to tell you, as just like a little caveat, don't read them yet.
Say what?
Don't read them yet.
No, I'm not going to read them yet.
Okay, good.
Why?
I got them because I in anticipation.
Oh, good. In anticipation.
Sorry about all the cryptic comments there, but we've got something going on.
Yes, you can have them as anticipation, but you can't read them yet.
No, I'm not reading them yet because I have them in because I've got a feeling that they're going to be on the list.
Yeah, she's doing it right, Neva. Don't worry.
They will be on the list.
If I'm going to do something, I'll do it right. Okay.
I feel like
Jamie finished her arc, bro.
So what?
Jamie finished her arc.
We at least brought this comment up. I don't know if we read it though.
No, because we would have commented on how Jamie finished another fucking book.
I think us just bringing it up and then just not even commenting pretty much said it all.
We're like, and this and duh. And just kidding. We love you, Jamie.
We do. We think it's good value that you get through all your books, and I'm so grateful that you put all these books up because there's been a few that I have actually put onto my list to have a closer look at. So don't ever think that you can't share what you're reading or how many books that you finish, because I sure as shit can't talk because I've read 102 books already this year.
What is
so
Souls. That sounds.
I've read 54.
How many of you read Mr. Coda?
For the year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many have you got? No. How many have you got off your read? We're not counting you for the year. We're counting down the days till you get off this damn challenge.
Oh yeah, that's right. I just let's see. So that was 41, 42, and 43. So Snow will be 44. Yeah, and then all these other ones that I'm reading this month. So 44 is next.
Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Well, we have got to the end of the comments for today. We are calling it a wrap. We're going to say goodbye. Thank you to everybody that has joined us on both mine and Neva's channel. We really do appreciate everybody turning up and sharing the love between the two channels. And if you have yet to subscribe to Neva or Coda, or even myself, if you're over on Neva's channel, come on over here to Dusty's and hit that little subscribe button. Head on over to Coda and hit the subscribe button there. And if you're over here on Dusty's, head on over to Coda and Neva as well. While you're there, like some of their videos, maybe watch a bit of hilarity on the replay of different sprints over on Coda's. It's always a fun time. And all the rest of it. Coda and Neva will be back at 2 p.m. CST. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Yes. Although, hold on. I may, depending on the news that I get tomorrow, I may have to move my Saturday sprint to 4 p.m. CST. Because there may be a furlough happening.
Oh, okay.
On
Fair.
Saturday, and I can't miss furlough day.
Yeah, sorry, my friends. I have a better offer.
Yeah. So, especially because it will also be like a park day for Ari. So,
yeah,
if that happens, then they will still happen on Saturday. They'll just be moved 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Then I might be able to join.
Be there unless for some reason my friend Kendra decides she wants to come over Saturday. She
No problem.
hasn't chosen Saturday or Sunday yet. So.
Okay.
I should know soon. If
Well,
I don't hear from her, I'll be there.
I'll send the link of like always to the little group chat that we have. So.
Cool.
Sweet. All right. And on that note, we're going to say goodbye, and we will see you again somewhere on the internet in the next 72 hours. I will be back on this channel Monday morning at 9 a.m. And that is Sunday evening for those playing at home in the Northern Hemisphere. And we'll see you next time. Bye for now.